Pak Sekretaris izin, ini barusan chat telepon, cek. Halo,
Iya, iya Mbak. Ya, silakan Mbak. Nama Mbak? Iya, iya Mbak.
Komunikasi telepon aja.
Ya, silakan Mbak. Nama Mbak?
nanti
Iya, iya Mbak.
Komunikasi telepon aja.
Ya, silakan Mbak. Nama Mbak? YouTube kita di. Matikan
nanti
storing Mbak. Kita koneksikan ke YouTube juga jadi storing. Silakan Mbak. Ya, Bu.
tes. Maaf, suara saya kedengaran nggak?
Kedengaran, Mbak.
Oh, kedengaran. Soalnya di sininya sinyalnya down banget sih.
Hello, Zoom, November. How's it going? lagi break bentar Kak ya?
Belum mulai.
Oke. It's a break time.
Kok nggak ada suaranya ini ya? Aku lagi zoom gini, suaranya nggak ada. Hah?
Ini kan kamera hidup ya.
Iya.
Ibu sendiri yang hidup. Kita matiin dulu.
Mati di mana?
Emang lagi diam kali.
Kamu ada ngomongku?
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu yang telah bergabung. Mohon di
Selamat siang. So what time we gonna start our discussions again, guys?
I want to greeting
Oh, yang belum ada.
everyone. Thank you for your time to participate in our international webinars collaboration from Rangin Jambi Geopark Indonesia with the UNESCO Global Geopark Thailand. Most welcome for thank you Professor Zoros. We also have already another speaker in here, Dr. Tanot from Malaysia, and Van from Vietnam. You are there already?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Mala.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you.
Mola, your voice is too low, too low. You can
Am I?
up your voice. Your voice is so louder, please.
Be louder.
Yes, please
How
louder.
about
Yes,
now?
yes.
Hello everybody, I am from Toba, Debbie. How are you all?
Hello.
Yeah.
Debbie, how
Hello.
are you?
Hello.
I'm
Hello,
fine.
Debbie.
I hope you do well.
Mau lihat Lego
Okay.
dangdut?
So do you-
Mau lihat Lego
Mola, please louder. Your voice is unclear.
I will
It's
change
unclear.
my microphone. I will change my microphone.
Okay, that sounds good.
Already sounds good?
Just a little bit louder. Just louder.
Oh.
So you are MC. You are MC today, Mola. Please louder. Thank you.
I'll try.
Yeah. It's better
I
to check.
guess get closer to your mic. That will help you. Get closer
Dr.
to.
Note.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello there. Yeah. I try to on. Hello
Okay.
everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah,
Good
pleasure to
afternoon.
see you. Yes.
Good afternoon. Hello, Wang.
Hello.
Hello to everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. น้องยุทธ
Yeah,
สวัสดี
afternoon
น้องยุทธ
too.
น้องยุทธสวัสดีครับ Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah.
Professor Soros, good afternoon. Good morning. I'm not sure. Maybe good morning.
Mr. Soros. Yeah, from
Hello.
Tabagalora. Hi.
You are
Kauri,
mute,
maybe
Professor
I
Ross.
can see your Kauri. Hello.
Miss Corey? Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon. So thank you for your email, and sorry for the late reply.
Okay. So we are waiting a little bit for the chair, for the chairman, Dr. Patriang and Dr. August.
I guess,
Dr. August already here, right?
yes, already.
Okay.
Dr. Chen, now my voice better?
Yes,
You
Mola,
okay.
very good now.
Yeah, more good than
Maybe waiting for Dr. Sar, Professor Sar is
Yeah, I wonder it's still very early morning in Portugal. Maybe he's still with his breakfast. I tried to contact him.
เขายังเข้าไม่หมดเลยยังตัวสายังไม่ได้เข้าโอ้หนาวเลยตรงนี้หนาวเลยปิดได้ไหมตรงนี้ปิดตรงนี้เปิดเฉพาะตรงนั้นก็อย่างนี้เนาะครับแล้วก็มองกล้องนั้นใช่ไหมโอ้มองก็ไม่ได้อ่านสิโอเคโอเคครับProfessor Hello ขนาดเล็กได้อยู่ใช่ไหมครับตอนนี้เหมือนไทยยังไม่เข้าMola, can you see พี่นันปิดเสียงได้ไหมครับในนี้มันมีลำโพงอยู่ Yes Yes
Yes, sir.
Mola, wait a moment. We have some problem here.
Really?
No, it's okay. Just a little bit. No problem.
Okay.
So we are waiting for Professor Sir.
I guess yes, Professor Sang. What time? 8 o'clock.
It is 7 o'clock in the morning in Portugal, so maybe he will be a little bit late, but maybe we can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jalun Dongkrayom. And Mola Indra. So we are the MC today webinar. So in cooperation with the Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark in Indonesia and the Korat UNESCO Global Geopark in Thailand, it is a great honor for me to welcome all of you to the webinar celebrating International Geodiversity Day 2023. Today is a great opportunity for us to receive honor from 7 experts from different countries around the world who have been invited to give a presentation to share their knowledge and work experience related to geodiversity with the theme of this year, Geodiversity is for everyone. So to simplify, we have separated this seminar into 2 sections. The first section will feature the presentation from the president of Global Geoparks Network, Professor Dr. Nikolaos Souros from Greece. The Global Geopark Network Executive Board Member Association, Professor Dr. Atosar from Portugal. And Ms. Kaori Wara from Sakurajima Kinko-1, UNESCO Global Geopark from Japan. After that, there will be an opportunity for question and answer.
Okay. And for the second section, we'll feature the panel of our 4 speakers. We have Associate Professor Dr. Thanaranja from Malaysia. Welcome, Professor. And also we have Ms. Trani Bakpan from Vietnam, Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark, and also Ms. Emmeline Gonzalez from Mixteca Alta, UNESCO Global Geopark, Mexico. And the last we will have Ms. Helga Kulepin from Uruguay. After that, there will be an opportunity also for a question and answer. And this webinar was then officially will closed by Professor Dr. Mega Fatima from the Indonesia National Committee for Geopark. And everyone, before watching, before we continuing with all of our speakers, we will start a film that introduces the Geopark of Merangin Jambi and Korat. That we are honored to, and also, and after that, we are honored to have both our Geopark director and general manager to kick off this webinar. Back
So,
to you,
ladies and
Chair.
gentlemen, please join me to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Pathurng Chintaskun, the Director of Kora UNESCO Global Geopark, and Dr. Agus Esos M. Kom, the General Manager of Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark, to give a speech. Please, Dr. Pathurng.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Professor Dr. Nicholas Soros, President of Global Geoparks Network. Associated Professor Dr. Atasa, Global Geoparks Network's Executive Board Member. Ms. Helga Chulapin, UNESCO Global Geopark Council Member. Ms. Emaline Rosado Gonzalez, UNESCO Chair on Geoparks, Sustainable Regional Development and Healthy Lifestyles. Associated Professor Dr. Thanod Uncha, Senior Research Fellow at Institute for Environment and Development, University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. Ms. Kaori Wada, Coordinator for International Relations of Sakurajima Kinkowan Geopark, Japan. Ms. San Nibas Wan, Vice Director of Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark, Vietnam. Colleagues and audience, many people might wonder why, given how important geodiversity is, UNESCO is driven to declare October 6th of every year as International Geodiversity Day. There are probably many factors involved, but when we look at the things that are closest to us, like the rice grains we eat every day, they all require sediment from river currents. A number of river basins have collected the geological material necessary to support agriculture, the growth of culture, and the development of numerous important civilizations. Different geological disasters such as earthquakes, volcano eruptions, landslides, and floods are all the result of geological process. Additionally, the stunning landscapes that geological process created provide value to tourists. The fact given above may be enough to reach the conclusion that geodiversity serves as a natural laboratory and textbook instructing future generations about the history of Earth, while also serving as the foundation of communities and an essential component of humanity relationship with nature. As the theme of this year is Geodiversity is for everyone. We are hosting this event with the cooperation of the Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark in Indonesia and the Kora UNESCO Global Geopark in Thailand, due to the official MOU being signed during the Global Geopark Network Conference in Morocco. Our geoparks, which are located in 2 different countries, have as their common objective promoting geodiversity, culture, heritage, and sustainable development in local community. We are presenting this online event to give geopark enthusiasts, academic, and stakeholders an opportunity to exchange knowledge and experience in celebration of Geodiversity Day and to promote global cooperation. I really hope this event will benefit attendees in some way and increase the level of participating geoparks by allowing them to learn from the shared knowledge with experts from various countries. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone to webinar celebrating International Geodiversity Day 2023 and express my sincere thanks to the team of speakers for dedicating this time to sharing their expertise and experience. Thank you very much.
And for Pak Agus, time.
Izin saya menyampaikan salam hormat dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Selamat sore, salam Geopark. Dalam saya kepada semua yang hadir dalam acara webinar internasional yang luar biasa ini, kolaborasi istimewa antara Menangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark dan Korat UNESCO Global Geopark Thailand dalam perayaan internasional Geodiversity Day dengan tema Geodiversity is forever here.
Greetings everyone. Greetings everyone. I'm very happy and honored to be part of this special collaboration event between Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark Indonesia and Korat UNESCO Global Geopark Thailand in commemoration of International Geodiversity Day with the theme Geodiversity is for everyone.
Hari ini kita berkumpul untuk merayakan keanekaragaman geologi dan ekologi dunia, serta menghormati peran penting geodiversity dalam menjaga keseimbangan alam semesta. Geodiversity adalah kunci untuk memahami sejarah bumi dan ekosistemnya. Dan peringatan ini mengingatkan kita semua tentang tanggung jawab kita bersama dalam menjaganya. Terima kasih dan rasa hormat dan bangga saya ucapkan kepada Profesor Dr. Nicholas Zorus, Presiden Direktur Lespos UNESCO Global Geopark, juga sebagai Presiden Global Geopark Network. Kedua, kepada Asisten Profesor Dr. Pratuang Jinta Sakul, Direktur Korat GGP, Profesor Mega Rosana Indonesia National Geopark Committee, Asisten Profesor Dr. Arthur Abreu, SA, DGN Executive Board Member, Ms. Helga Surefin, External Technical Advisor, Individual Member, DGN, Associate Profesor Dr. Tanah Punjah, Head of Geological Heritage Group of Malaysia, Ms. Trani Bakpan, Vice Director Daknong UGGP, Mr. Kauri Wada, Sakurajima Kinkowan Geopark, Japan, Mr. Emalin M. Rosado, Mexeta Alta UGGP, Meksiko, dan saya Profesor Jaron, sahabat saya, Jaron dan Kurayom, yang sudah berkenan hadir dan berkontribusi pada kegiatan webinar ini. Akhirnya kami menyatakan sangat senang dan antusias dan pandangan para pembicara dan peserta yang luar biasa dalam acara ini. Semoga pertukaran pengetahuan ini akan memberikan inspirasi bagi kita semua untuk lebih peduli terhadap lingkungan kita dan bekerja sama dalam menjaga geodiversity bagi generasi mendatang. Terima kasih.
Today, we gather to commemorate the world's geological and ecological diversity and honor the important role geodiversity plays in maintaining the balance of the universe. Geodiversity is the key to understanding the history of the Earth and its ecosystems. And this commemoration day reminds us all of our responsibility to protect and promote it. Kak Agus also would like to thank all the distinguished speakers and guests as mentioned, and who enthusiastically contribute to today's webinar, as we are excited to hear the insight and views of these incredible speakers and participants at this event. Hopefully, this exchange of knowledge will provide inspiration for all of us to do more for our environment and work together in preserving geodiversity for future generations.
Terima kasih.
Welcome back to Dr. Chia, please.
Yes.
The Merangin Jambi Geopark area is only 3.02% of Sumatra's remaining 60 million hectares of forest. But it is this 3% with geological significance whose sustainability is a focal point and an indicator of Sumatra's island sustainability. In the Merangin Jambi Geopark, there are 300 million years old tree, flora, and seashells fossils, the only ones remaining on this earth. Apart from that, the richness of the Merangin ecosystem with its biodiversity is an urgency for sustainability. The environment's destruction threat Merangin and its rare fossils in this beautiful unified geographical area will be a sign of massive environmental disaster that will lead to the peril of the people of Sumatra Island and also the world. Children and the young generation are the ones most affected by the current global environmental crisis. They are also the ones most threatened by environmental emergencies due to the climate crisis and extreme weather. Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark decided to ensure the future of our young generation's natural resources and environment by prioritize youth engagement to encourage sustainability education. We initiated the Merangin Tribe, a forum of young Merangin Rover Scouts that we have optimistically prepared to be resilient in facing all the challenges of the climate crisis. For 3 days and 2 nights, these 22 Rover Scouts will work together hand in hand completing the Earth Tribe Bed Challenges. They took on the challenge of recognizing and promoting clean energy and renewable energy from solar power by Scouts Go Solar Bed Challenge. They are also challenged to care and actively encourage conservation and restoration efforts, maintaining biodiversity and preserving native ecosystems through the Champion for Nature Bed Challenge. And no less important is the challenge of becoming an earth healer by exploring all creativity, innovation, and networking to manage plastic waste, to restore the condition of the earth through the Plastic Tightener Bed Challenge. After they have completed all these challenges, they will work hard to duplicate all this environmental education for their peer groups and younger children. In this way, we preserve Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark because after all, young people's lives are interrelated with the environment. Whatever happens to the Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark will have an impact on Merangin's young people. Merangin Tribe is youth educational network with sustainability awareness and commitment in their hearts to preserve and protect Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark.
From the Indochina subcontinent to the double cuesta, the land of fossils connects 4,000-year-old civilizations from the Lamtakong River to the Tawaradi or Sichanasa civilization. Unraveling the past creates value for the way of life of local communities. Here, this is the Korad Geopark. The Korad Geopark, located in Nakhon Ratchasima Province, northeastern Thailand, covers an area of 5 districts or approximately 3,167 kilometers. The geopark is a unique area of international geological significance with the discovery of thousands of dinosaur fossils, including more than 200 dinosaur teeth. 3 new species of iguanodont dinosaurs in 3 genera have been found, the highest number in Southeast Asia. Petrified wood is distributed both on the surface and below ground in every district. Fossils of 10 genera of ancient elephants have been discovered out of 55 genera documented worldwide. Moreover, there is a beautiful landscape of a double row of parallel cuestas with more than 20 hills. The Korad Geopark contains a high natural diversity in the dry evergreen and deciduous dipterocarp forest, which is related to the way of life of people who arrived over 4,000 years ago and gave rise to sandstone civilizations over 1,000 years old located at several spots in the area. From the outstanding geological, natural, and cultural heritage sites at 39 locations in 5 districts, 8 geopark tourist routes or geotours have been created. The center of the 8 routes is located at the museums of petrified wood, ancient elephants, and dinosaurs, established as the headquarters of the Korad Geopark. Korad Geopark conveys the stories through conservation network, which is driven through activities involving participation in networks such as a network of geopark schools in all 5 districts with workshops to train educational personnel. Moreover, a Korad Geopark curriculum was created for schools. The Korad Geopark community operates under the participation of all sectors. Development of products is linked with the Korad Geopark to improve the quality of life in the local communities and allow public and private networks to support budgets and infrastructure. Continuous progress of Korad Geopark is brought about through participation by communities, temples, and schools. The Home Temple School model. In carrying out the mission continuously, the whole process, whether promoting academic work to improve the quality of life, adding value to tourist attractions, developing community products, promoting the role of women's groups in developing careers in geotourism, and encouraging youth to learn about their hometown resources, promotes the conservation and sustainable beneficial use of resources.
So the video is really attractive, Mora and colleagues. So after watching these 2 geopark films, I hope that those who attend this webinar are inspired to visit both geoparks for hands-on experience. So now time to the great time to the presentation from the keynote speaker.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce Professor Dr. Nicholas Soros, the first keynote speaker for today. So, Dr. Nicholas Soros is the professor in physical geography, geomorphology, please, and geodynamics at the Department of Geography at the Asian University. He's director at the Natural History Museum of the Lesvos Petrified Forest since its foundation in 1995 and coordinator of the Lesvos Iceland UNESCO Global Geopark. He's one of the founder of the European Geopark Network in 2000 and elected coordinator since 2003. He organizes several international conferences, meetings, and workshops on geoparks in 2004, worked closely with UNESCO to promote and develop the geoparks concept in Europe. But increasingly, in other parts of the world, as a member of the Global Geopark Law, he has evaluated geopark in many countries. He is author of more than 100 scientific articles in international journal and conference proceedings. Many of his publications focus on geopark, earthquakes, geology, neotectonics, and geohazards awareness risings. In addition, he is author and editor of more than 20 books and magazines on geoparks, geoconservation, and geotourism. He is the president of the Global Geoparks Network Executive Board since 2014 and a member of the Central Council of Antiquity in the Greek Ministry of Culture and the Seismotectonic Commission of the Earthquake Planning and Protection Organization of Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Dr. Nicholas Soros, please. Professor Soros, can you share your PPT?
Yeah, I would like to share my screen first.
Okay.
Is it
Yes.
okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, dear colleagues from Korat UNESCO Global Geopark and Marangi Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark. Dear colleagues from all other parts of the world joining this very interesting and very useful online seminar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to meet all of you in this very important event. And I would like to discuss the subject as we have discussed with the organizers on how UNESCO Global Geoparks, through celebration of geodiversity, are sustaining our local communities. I would like to thank all of you for being in this online seminar. For me, it's extremely important to have such kind of activities, and especially joint activities between two different geoparks from two different countries. Because as I'm going to say, collaboration and exchange is the basis for the success of our geoparks. So permit me to go on with my presentation.
Professor, can you share the full screen? Sorry.
Yes, it's not the full screen now.
Yes.
You
Not yet the full screen.
So I'm going to stop share and make it share again my presentation. Is it okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the International Geodiversity Day, as we all know, was proclaimed by UNESCO at its 41st General Conference in 2021, and for the first time was celebrated on the 6th of October in 2022. And this is the second time that the International Geodiversity Day is celebrated. This declaration, this proclamation was made possible with the support of a vast partnership of geoscientific organizations, universities, museums, including, of course, the Global Geoparks Network. And the theme of this year is that geodiversity is for everyone, and everyone is related with geodiversity. Because we want this celebration not to be just a part of the geoscientific organization that have supported the proclamation of the International Geodiversity Day. It's very important to be a big event that will connect our geoscientific community with the society at large. Geodiversity refers to the abiotic part of nature, including rocks, minerals, soils, fossils, landforms, and landscapes. And it's extremely important not to forget that geodiversity is a key element to understand and protect biodiversity, as the geological record holds the data for the evolution of life on Earth. What is important is that geoparks have become the main international designation for the protection and promotion of Earth heritage during these years. And that's why UNESCO Global Geopark are the key mechanism for the promotion of the International Geodiversity Day. We are trying to promote, especially the new UNESCO Global Geoparks, the geoparks that have been nominated during the last year, to show why our network is inclusive and wants to celebrate the different geological heritage elements all around the globe, helping communities to join to this international celebration. For us, Geodiversity Day is just a moment to show how important it is to protect and utilize our geological heritage in order to learn about our planet, how our planet works, which are the processes that form the external surface of our Earth, and how important are these processes for the well-being of the local communities, but also how important is to learn about these processes in order to protect our communities from natural hazards and to reduce the consequences of natural disasters. The geoparks have become the main international mechanism through their activities all these 20 years that UNESCO Global Geoparks are operating around the globe for raising awareness on Earth heritage and geodiversity. For this reason, the Global Geoparks Network has a broad campaign through social media in order to help the activities, to develop activities from geoparks all around the globe in order to celebrate Geodiversity Day. And also, the Global Geoparks Network has launched a special video for this day, bringing to all of us the connections between the geological heritage and our lives. So the International Geodiversity Day is an opportunity to declare that geodiversity matters for the well-being of our communities. And this is why the Global Geoparks Network gives such a big emphasis to the celebration of this important event. Another way to show how important geoparks have become during the recent years is that geoparks have also be the places of international geological significance that host special sites which have been recognized by the International Union of Geological Sciences among the 100 most important geological heritage sites of the world. So several sites in our UNESCO Global Geoparks are exceptional elements showing the importance of geodiversity around the globe. For this reason, today's event is very important for our network to underline the importance of geodiversity for our communities. And I would like to congratulate both Korat and Meranti Jambi geoparks from Thailand and Indonesia for the great collaboration and the organization of an international forum that gives us the opportunity to underline the role of biodiversity. Permit me to remind that while the World Heritage Convention in 1972 was the first international convention with reference to Earth heritage, and even if we have 1,196 properties included in this convention, unfortunately, only the 1.8% of the World Heritage Site are inscribed as geological treasures under the criterion 8 and the criterion 7. So this was not the mechanism for the promotion and protection of geological heritage. That's why in 1991, UNESCO organized the International Symposium on the Conservation of Geological Heritage in Digne in France, where the International Declaration on the Rights of the Memory of the Earth has been adopted. This was a very important moment, and many initiatives started for the protection of geological heritage around the globe. And in 1994, through that, we had the important basement for the formation of geoparks. Geoparks is a new innovative concept where Earth heritage and geodiversity protection and management is the first priority. Geoparks heritage promotion and utilization is used in order to help the sustainable development of our local communities. And the success of our geoparks is based on the main principles of our operation, which is networking, collaboration, and sharing of ideas among us. In February 2004, just 20 years beyond, we had the foundation of the Global Geoparks Network. And just a few months later, we had the first international conference on UNESCO Global Geopark. A lot of efforts have been made during the first decade, and in 2015, the General Conference of UNESCO adopted the proposal for the establishment of the International Geoscience and Geoparks Program with two pillars: the already existing International Geological Geoscience Program and the UNESCO Global Geoparks Program. And this was extremely important because from the 120 UNESCO Global Geoparks that have been recognized till that time, we managed to have just in a few years later 195 geoparks in 48 countries. And please note that this number would have been much larger if we had not the problem of the global pandemic. Although the global pandemic stopped several activities, we managed to have 195 geoparks, and very soon, next May, we will exceed 210 UNESCO Global Geoparks in countries around the globe. So this is a great achievement. We all know that the distribution of geoparks is not what we would like to have, but we are happy to see in Southeastern Asia, where Indonesia and Thailand, the development of geoparks, which is going quite well in comparison with other parts of the world. And also of extreme importance is to know that we have many UNESCO Global Geoparks on island and coastal areas. So we all know that UNESCO Global Geoparks must be single unified geographical areas where sites and landscapes of international geological significance are managed with an holistic concept of protection, education, research, and sustainable development. This is the best strategy for the protection and promotion of the values of geodiversity around the globe. And we should focus on the characteristics of the geoparks, because geoparks are not just hosting geological heritage of international importance, but except of the territory and the heritage, population, socioeconomic characteristics are very important in order to achieve the accessibility of the geological heritage sites and use the existing infrastructure in order to improve the values that we can gain by studying, protecting, and utilizing the geological heritage object. A geopark should be based on a strong management body, which should have legal entity and staff, including geoscientists, which can help geodiversity to be explained to the community and be utilized by the local communities. Through partnerships and networking, the signs of interest in a geopark that consists the inventory of geodiversity will be managed through an holistic concept and a management plan, which can help geodiversity to manage in a sustainable manner and support activities which will allow the local community to get the benefit of this geodiversity. And of course, we should not forget that we should monitor and review all the time what we are doing. So, geopark resources should be managed in an holistic manner, and the local community, the human capital of our geoparks, should be benefit by the protection and rational management of our geodiversity. The local communities, using the bottom-up approach of geoparks, should get benefit in order to have a real sustainable development strategy, not in words, but for the benefit of our local communities. Geodiversity, of course, includes landscape and geosites, but also we should not ignore the importance of geodiversity for the development of habitats, different habitats, thus supporting areas of ecological value. And we also should underline the role of geodiversity in cultural heritage elements. Both our monuments, the marks of our long walk of the human species on the surface of the planet Earth, together with traditions and methods for the use of the elements and the resources of abiotic nature that mark our civilization. But we also should not forget the role of geodiversity in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the new challenges for all the geoscientific community through time. Connecting geoparks, connecting geodiversity with society is our first priority. Geoparks have to prove that they are fulfilling their mission, promoting geodiversity, promoting territorial and natural and cultural heritage protection and enhancement, but always supporting the sustainable development through effective operation, implementation of specific actions, and the creation of measurable results. Because if we have not these results, in reality, we could not support the protection of promotion of geodiversity and the values that are included in the proclamation of the International Geodiversity Day. Which are our challenges? The challenges of geoparks are the challenges of geodiversity. We should not forget that in order to protect and promote geodiversity, geoconservation is a great priority for all of us. We should never forget that we should do anything possible in order to protect and conserve the sites of geological significance that form the geodiversity in our geoparks. And by doing so, geoparks have become the most important mechanism for geodiversity protection and promotion worldwide. But at the same time, we should not forget the role of geodiversity in nature conservation. Geodiversity is the basement of the development of different habitats. And without knowing and understanding the abiotic nature, we cannot work on geodiversity conservation, which is the priority for the next decades. But also, by studying, understanding, and promoting geodiversity, we can build community resilience on natural hazards, disasters, and climate change. Geodiversity at the same time is the basement of our geoeducation in geoparks, but also for the development of geotourism. Geotourism is the main mechanism for bringing profit to our local communities and helping the sustainable development by creating of new jobs, new opportunities for the young people, new activities which can help employment of local people in our local communities. Sustainable development is not a title, is an everyday job for our geoparks. And this can be achieved only through the protection and promotion of geodiversity, of our geological heritage sites, which are of international importance and the basement for recognition of UNESCO Global Geoparks. And of course, through all of that, visibility of our activities, visibility of our geodiversity. Because through promotion of the achievements and the benefits for the local communities, especially in rural communities, in rural areas, but also for the society at large, we can even further support the role of geoparks in doing much more important results in the near future for the protection of our planet and for achieving the sustainable development goals, that achieving a new path towards a common future for all the communities at a safe and sustainable living planet. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you will agree that the geoparks can achieve much more, through the engagement of all of us, supporting our global network activities, participating in our global network activities, making these activities the bridge between the heritage of our planet and the local communities. By activating our local communities, it's sure that we can achieve the best that we can for the geodiversity protection and rational management of our planet. Thank you so much.
Unmute.
Your mic is mute.
Dr. Cha, please turn on your microphone.
Unmute, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I talk about fix our mute. Fix mute. So I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Nicholas Ross. And then the timing for the question and answer should be after three speakers. So this is we come to the second speaker, Prince Mola.
Yes. Hello, everyone. For the next speakers, we have Dr. Arthur Sa. He is Associate Professor with Tenure at the Department of Geology at the University of Trás-os-Montes and Alto do Portugal. He is chairholder of the UNESCO Chair on Geopark Sustainable Regional Development and Healthy Lifestyles and a member of the Executive Board at the Global Geopark Network. He is scientific coordinator for the Arauca UNESCO Global Geopark and also UNESCO Senior Evaluator for UGGP, advisor nominated by UNESCO for the UNESCO Global Geopark Network Grant for Geopark in Africa and Arab states, and also program tutor for the Baringo Geopark project in Kenya, and president of the Portuguese National Committee for the International Geoscience Program of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Sa. Dr. Arthur Sa, time is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you, dear Mala. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. It's a big pleasure to be here with you in this very important seminar about the importance of the geodiversity. I would like to thank the organizers, the invitation to be here with all of you. It's very important, this sharing of experiences, and I will share my presentation with you. I hope that I hope in this moment is already sharing. The purpose of my presentation today is to share with you some of the challenges that we face in the management of the geological heritage and the geodiversity, but for tourism and education in the Arauca UNESCO Global Geopark. After the great presentation of Professor Nicholas Zoros, that made a global approach about the geoparks and the importance of the geological heritage and the geodiversity, I hope that with my presentation I can help you with the example of the Arauca UNESCO Global Geopark in Portugal to share with you some of these challenges with some examples. Talking about Arauca UNESCO Global Geopark is a geopark in the north of Portugal. It's a very small area near the city of Oporto with only 328 square kilometers, but with a very specific geodiversity, mainly with Paleozoic rocks, with essentially metasediments from the Cambrian and also from the Ordovician and Silurian, and with some igneous rocks, essentially granites, from the Upper Carboniferous and Permian age. So this small area with this very specific geodiversity, in fact, hides some treasures when we talk about geodiversity, about geological heritage. So we are talking about an area of 328 square kilometers with a very low very low number of inhabitants, only 21,154 inhabitants, but we have also 41 geosites already included in UNESCO Global Geopark. The main focus of all of these is the regional development of this territory, and we are betting in a strong territorial marketing of this area based on the geological heritage and based on its geodiversity. The vision of this territory is to be a tourist destination of excellence and a place of national and international reference for learning, promoting and disseminating scientific knowledge around geoheritage and its relationship with the environment, the culture, locally based products, and the tourist attractions. And the general purpose of Arouca Geopark is to develop this territory in a sustainable manner based on geological heritage, the environment, culture, and education, promoting scientific knowledge and geotourism. Since the beginning, this is our vision, this is our mission. And we assumed also that the Geopark is essentially a territorial development strategy made with the people and for the people. So it's very important, the geoheritage, it's very important. This geodiversity is something that is unique in many aspects, but the center of all of these, of our efforts are the people that live inside the territory. So it's a territory known since long time for its cultural heritage, essentially the monastery with the local traditions, with a very important and very nice folklore, also very known in the country by the whitewater sports that in effect in the Paiva River allows people to achieve high levels of adrenaline. Also the adventure sports like the big marathons, the ultra trail marathons that occur every year in the Freita mountain, also very known by or due to the regional products. Its gastronomy is something very recognized in the country. Also the sweets, a long tradition inherited from the nannies of the monastery, but more recently became worldwide recognized by its fantastic fossils of the giant trilobites, the biggest trilobites in the world that attract people from all over the world. Like here, for example, famous Professor Zhu, very famous for those that study trilobites from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And all together, these transform Arouca in really a vibrant territory. But we need to put this all together. And this was achieved when the territory became a UNESCO Global Geopark. And since then, since this recognition starts, for example, or start effectively to work to the recognition of the importance of this very special heritage. And this was achieved with the nomination for the first 100 IUGS geological heritage sites of the giant trilobites, because these giant trilobites from the Middle Ordovician, with about 465 million years old, allow to understand many things about the evolution of this already extinct group of animals, like the polar gigantism, like the mass mating assemblages, the protection with the small trilobites hiding under giant carapaces or hiding in worm tubes within a polytaxic clusters. So this was so important that in effect the IUGS recognized these as one of the first 100 IUGS geological heritage sites. This was very important because bring effectively officially the recognition of the international value of these heritage. And everything starts in this small museum that it was built with the support of funding support of the European Union, but also from the passion of the owner of the quarry when was exploited the roofing slates, when during the opening of the roofing slates appear these magnificent fossils. And during the construction of this small museum, in a moment, he talking with me, he said, no, this will be a problem because this small museum, in 2 or 3 years, people will forget the importance of this. And they said, okay, it's time to find a solution in order to keep this alive forever. And the solution was the creation of the geopark. So due to this outstanding value, geoheritage, start the idea of the creation of the Aroca Geopark. And today, Aroca Geopark is really a vibrant territory when we have other geoheritage of international relevance, like this very outstanding phenomenon in granitic rock known as the rocks that give birth, because in effect, people, the locals, think that and they believe that the granite, the most in the white matrix of this rock, in fact, pop up or give birth the small nodules, and people believe that these nodules have special energy to help all of those that intend to become pregnant. But the most important it is that this relation in between something geological and the local people is very, very old, because during the archaeological excavation of a Neolithic tomb was found inside, together with the other authors in the tomb, were found 2 nodules that in effect shows that this connection in between mankind and the geology is something that came from very far. And with the build of a small local on-site museum to show these geoheritage, and also creating infrastructures to allow people to visit it properly, all the outcrops, the main outcrop, and to better understand this geological occurrence. But all of this is made together with the locals. And this is a very, very small village that today have only 8 inhabitants. And but people understand that this is so important, because during a long time they pick up these nodules to sell to those that visit the place, and today they protect these, and it's very, very nice, because it's a very narrow cooperation among the staff of the geopark and these people. There are 2 very old ladies, for example, that they don't know to read, and they ask for help to the staff members of the Geopark, for example, to help them to read the letters that they receive. And this is a very narrow cooperation, and is something that people understand that the Geopark is something that is for them to help them, and at the same time they understand that this is due to the geoheritage. And of course, this led us to promote international conferences, and one of these conferences was the International Congress on Geotourism in 2011. That it was very important because, as Professor Nicholas referred, geotourism is one of the main pillars of the development of these territories, and it was here that was defined due to a strong negotiation in between the Global Geoparks Network, GGN, the ProGeo, and the Center for Sustainable Destinations of the National Geographic Society, the geotourism concept that is today that is valid today. So as the tourism which sustains and enhances the identity of a territory, take into consideration its geology, environment, culture, aesthetics, heritage, and well-being of its residents. So in this sense, geological tourism is only one of the multiple components of the geotourism. So this is today the definition, and as you can see, it's a very holistic approach to the territory and to the main characteristics of the territory, specifically focused in the well-being of its residents. And we also had organized the European Geoparks Conference, and this was really a very important turnover point, because the locals understood that the geopark is something that connects us to the entire world, that we are working in a network, and in effect all of our good practices we can share with the world, but at the same time we received the examples of good practices from all over the others. And we have a special emphasis in the educational activities when we involve the students from all levels of teaching, and it's very important because they start from very early to understand the importance, to understand the place where they live, but in connection with the entire planet. We use for this many times the knowledge, the ancestor knowledge of the elder people from the nannies and the grandfathers that help the young generations to understand the evolution of the culture in the territory. And for example, we have now the new schools. As you can say in the picture of the left, the rooms, the classrooms don't have numbers or letters to identify. They have names of the geosites, or they have names of the important biodiversity of the territory, and now in the new one is related the names of the archaeological sites. So this brings effectively a strong connection in between the students and the school, and the school with the territory. Is something that help to strengthen the connection in between these. And for example, you can see here in a former carnival the students in the streets of Arouca showing the sea of the Ordovician with the trilobites. So these activities are in effect are connected to the educational services of the Arouca Geopark. When we have the educational programs, we have the educational projects, we have training and awareness sections, and we have also the management of the interpretative centers like the Casa das Pedras Parideiras, so the House of the Rocks Delivering Stones, and the Aroca Weather Radar viewpoint. So the promotion of guided visits is also very important to explain to those that demand the territory how it is important the geodiversity and particularly the geoheritage, and to explain them the reason that for its existence and why it is so important to understand this. We also promoted the geosite infrastructuration to allow to the visitors very good conditions to access to the geosites, with some belfdares and interpretation capacity building initiatives destined to the, for example, to teachers of the secondary schools from all over the country, and also to taxi drivers, those that will drive the visitors to many of the geosites. They need to know to explain some basic information regarding the geoheritage, and a strong bet in the geotourism. It's possible to see a monument dedicated to the trilobites, to giant trilobites, in a roundabout in Aroca, but also the traditional songs of the territory as involved on this with the recreation of the ancient times in the monastery, that in effect is a territorial identity, and start to appear new products and new ideas related with the geoheritage. Like, for example, in the restaurants named from the trilobites, or some sweets related with the trilobites, and start to appear new ideas like new generation that keep now in Aroca and create, for example, here a distillery when this young couple of architects decided to transform some ancient recipes that they inherit from their grandmothers and transform in a very famous already product in Portugal, or like jewelry. And the geotourism is also the promotion of these territories in the tourism fairs, and this is an example of the tourism fair in Lisbon, when the Portuguese Global Geoparks together promoted these territories. But we also create new and very attractive infrastructures like the Pivas walkways that became a reference not only for Aroca or for Portugal, but in Europe and in the world. This is a very famous border walk along the Piva river bank that became a very important and very impressive tourist infrastructure. And after that, the construction of a suspension bridge, the 516 Aroca, 516 meters long, and in effect, during a long time was Guinness World Record for the largest and the highest suspended bridge, and it's a very important attraction for tourism for those that demand the territory. And there, it's important. We explain the importance of the geodiversity, and also they can see and understand about 5 geosites. It's a very impressive infrastructure that attracts thousands of people. And since 2016, already won 17 World Travel Awards. In fact, the Oscars of the tourism for best tourism development project in Europe, best adventure tourism attraction in Europe, and best adventure tourism attraction in the world. This is really something that gives us proud, because the prize was for the Aroca UNESCO Global Geopark, and this is really very important, and also the best tourism attraction in Europe last year. And we also won the green the prize for the green destinations since last 5 years, we are in the top 100 of the green destinations. And last year, we won a 3rd place in the category of nature and scenery. And look, for example, we appear in the front page of the Time magazine. Is something that is outstanding. In effect, as one of the world's 100 greatest place from 2021 was something outstanding. Aroca, for example, you can see in the right picture, together with London or Marrakesh in Morocco, when many of us attend last conference. So we have the tourist offer duly infrastructured with the bid organizations towards the quality, based on the quality and the training and the communication and promotion for very good production, product, sorry, for the commercialization. So this is how we define our touristic offer, like for example with the GeoBox or the Geosites route. Geosites route that is duly signed in the roads of the territory and allows people to visit all the brown signs, direct people for the natural attractions of the territory. And we have also the website of the Aroca Geopark is always updated, and is a friendly website that allows us or the visitors to planning their visit to the territory. An official certification of the Aroca Geopark label for establishments, for products, for activities, for points of sales in accordance with the rules defined, and a very important project, local project to support rural development is the Aroca Agricola, and promote the socioeconomic growth of the territory based on the agricultural products that are very good quality, and it represents an important income for many families with a local selling store when these products are received every day in very good conditions and involving very and diverse producers with the local based products. With the support of high qualified people to help them on this. So we have the human resources to help on this challenge. And today it's possible, for example, to find in the main highways nearby the geopark signs with the giant trilobite to promote the territory, or the local restaurants, for example, create the trilobite as is already something that is from the territory. And I'm almost finishing. I only want to share with you for the economic impact of the tourism dynamics in Aroca in a study made in 2015, already 8 years. And in this year was estimated in more than 50 million euros. And the estimation for 2022 was that the impact, the economic impact of these touristic dynamics was 21 million euros to the local economy. So it's something that is very important and is always based in 3 main pillars: the pillar of the local commitment, the participation, and the sense of property. And with these 3 pillars, we achieve the protection, we achieve promotion, we strengthen the education, we strengthen the geotourism, and we achieve a sustainable development. So thank you for your attention and the invitation to participate in this very important and very well organized seminar. And I hope that with my presentation we can give you some ideas for your territories. Thank you.
for the great presentation, Professor. Obrigado. I'm trying. Okay. Again, thank you,
Perfect, Ma.
Professor Arthur. Thank you, Professor Arthur. And for the next, we have the third speakers from Japan. I have Miss Kaori Wada. Miss Kaori Wada from Sakurajima Kinko Geopark in Japan. Yes.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, I will share my screen.
May I read a bit about your resume first, Miss Kaori-san?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see my
So,
screen?
ladies and I want to introduce you first
Okay,
to all
thank
the.
you. Okay, sorry for interrupting you. So please go ahead.
It's okay, it's nice. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Miss Kaori Wada from she is educated as a student of music at Hiroshima Bonka Junior College, Hiroshima City, Japan. She got the Japanese government license for guide interpreter and served as an interpreter for a shipping agency for Hiroshima International Music Festival and for cultural exchange event, and since 2016. Now she is the coordinator for international relations of Sakurajima Kinkawan Geopark in Japan. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Kaori-san. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me. So I'm Kaori Wada from Sakurajima Kinkawan Geopark, Japan. I'm a coordinator for international relations. So firstly, thank you for this opportunity to give a presentation today. I was supposed to give a presentation at the international conference in Morocco, but as you know, a big earthquake occurred and all presentation schedules after that were canceled. So my name is Wada again, so W. So I was the last presenter in the section. So thank you for this invitation for Meragine Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark and Korat UNESCO Global Geopark. So special thanks to Kana Furusawa from JGN. So today, I'd like to talk about preservation of cultural heritages for future generations, stone heritages of Sakurajima Kinkawan Geopark.
Kaori, please check your voice.
Okay, small?
Yes, it's better.
Better. Okay.
And then share your full screen, please.
Okay, so can you see my screen now?
The full screen.
I think it's full screen now.
Seconds.
Okay, I will share. How about now?
I think that the PPT is full screen.
But this is okay, but it's not the full yet. But it's okay.
Okay.
You can try again.
Yeah. Okay, I will try again. So. So how about now? Same?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes. So you can open your full screen, and then after that, stop your share and open again. Open the full screen.
Okay, I will.
Yes. You open full screen.
Yes, I'm trying.
In the lower one.
So how about now?
It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, that's full screen. Okay.
Please.
Okay, full screen now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You can
Okay, no
start.
problem.
Okay.
Miss
Sorry,
Martha?
so let me
Yeah.
start.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so today's theme is preservation of cultural heritages for future generations. So this is the outline of my talk today. Firstly, I'm going to introduce Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark, our geopark. Next, I'll introduce examples of 3 cultural sites in our geopark area. And then I'll explain a project relating to a cultural site. Lastly, I will wrap up my presentation. So let me get started. So firstly, I will introduce Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark, our geopark. Sakurajima, Mount Sakurajima is one of the most active volcanoes in the world, having been erupting for over 70 years. The Aira caldera, formed by huge eruption 29,000 years ago, extends north of Kinko Bay. The northern part of Kinko Bay was originally land, but the eruption of the Aira caldera turned the former land area into a sea area. What this means is that the eruption brought a large amount of underground magma to the surface, which caused the underground part to become hollow and the surface collapsed, allowing water to enter and become a sea. It is known as a deep sea. I can see Sakurajima from my apartment. So because I live in seaside of Kinko Bay. So at night, when I heard the sound of eruption, I would go out. Because I'm lucky, I can see volcanic lightning caused by frictions of volcanic ash. So it's really beautiful. The Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark is located in the southern part of Kyushu, in the southern western part of the Japanese archipelago. As the name shows, it consists of Sakurajima, an active volcano, and Kinko Bay, a sea formed by volcanic activity. The geopark consists of 3 cities, Kagoshima City, Aira City, and Tarumide City. It covers 1,583 square kilometers land and sea. In this geopark area and the surrounding area, there are 3 calderas marked by white circles. And pyroclastic flow depot from the eruptions during their formation are widely distributed. The pink areas are where pyroclastic flow depot are widespread, and many of these areas produce welded tuff. In the Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark area, there are many cultural assets made of welded tuff, which is easy to process, and some World Cultural Heritage sites are also made of welded tuff. Firstly, I will show you 3 cultural sites made of welded tuff. There are a former machinery factory, a sluice gate, and the Terayama charcoal kiln. These 3 cultural sites are not only geopark sites, but also a component of the World Cultural Heritage site of Japan's major industrial revolution. These cultural heritage sites where welded tuff is used are good examples of how geological heritage is deeply involved in developing local culture. By telling each other about their origins and background, geographical and cultural heritage sites can enhance each other's value and telling this value more deeply to visitors. 3 cultural sites are thus located surrounding a pyroclastic plateau on the outer rim of the Aira caldera. There are respectively the machinery factory, the sluice gate, and the site of the Terayama charcoal kiln. The center of this heritage was a machinery factory called Shuseikan. Therefore, this modernization project initiated by a feudal lord in the Edo period is called Shuseikan project. This was the first industrial area in Japan. Next to the villa of the feudal lord, there are many factories as well, blast furnace for making iron and reverberatory furnaces for making cannons. Terayama's charcoal kiln supplied white charcoal used as fuel for these factories. Water wheels were used to power the blast furnaces for melting iron, and the sluice gate were built and used to supply the water that powers them. Let me introduce a little about the World Cultural Heritage site of Japan's major industrial revolution. This is a group of heritage sites that demonstrates the first successful propagation of the Industrial Revolution, which originated in Europe and spread from the West to non-Western countries. There are 23 components in 11 cities of 8 prefectures, and show how rapid industrialization was achieved in a short period of just over 50 years from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, based on the iron and steel making, shipbuilding, and the coal industries. The process of industrialization is divided into 3 stages: trial and error challenges, introduction of Western science and technology, and establishment of an industrial base. Our geopark area in Kagoshima has 3 component assets: the former machinery factory, or Shuseikan, the Terayama charcoal kiln site, and the sluice gate. So let me show one by one. This is our first example. This machinery factory is an example of a building made of welded tuff. It was completed in 1865, about 150 years ago. It is known as Japan's oldest Western-style machinery factory made of stones. The building was constructed before the modernization of Japan, and instead of bricks, welded tuff was used based on their own wisdom and traditional techniques. This is the second example. This sluice gate is an example of a dam made of welded tuff. This dam was constructed by assembling welded tuff. Before modernization and before the introduction of steam engines, it was used to get a power source for water wheels to obtain hydraulic power. This is the last example, and so most important example today. This Terayama charcoal kiln was an example of a charcoal kiln made of welded tuff. It was built to burn wood to obtain charcoal. In our geopark area, a stone heritage using welded tuff, which is easy to process, has flourished, and we have enjoyed its blessings. This traditional technique of using welded tuff has also significantly contributed to the modernization of Japan and has been designed as World Cultural Heritage Site. In terms of one of the unique points of our geopark, in Japan, where 30% of the land is forested, the culture of wood has been long been central, but in our geopark area, where there is abundant welded tuff, the culture of stone has also flourished for a long time. Now I'm going to introduce a project related to one of those mentioned earlier, the Terayama charcoal kiln. Let me elaborate a bit on the Terayama charcoal kiln. The Terayama charcoal kiln site is a component asset that represents the first of the three phases I mentioned earlier, the trial and error challenge phase of the iron manufacturing field. This charcoal kiln was built in 1858, 165 years ago. It was built in this area, which did not produce coal, to obtain charcoal called white charcoal, which had strong thermal power and was needed for the Shuseikan project, a modernization project in Japan. It is about 3.5 meters high and circular when viewed from above, with a diameter of about 6 meters. This charcoal kiln was used to burn charcoal to obtain the fuel needed to make iron. The name Terayama means Temple Mountain. This charcoal kiln was built here because of the spreading of beech trees and oak trees, which are raw materials for charcoal. In 2019, heavy rains fell in June and July. This caused the collapse of the charcoal kiln and landslides around it. The graph shows the rainfall at that time. The rainfall was strong in a short period of time. On June 28th, the hourly rainfall at 7 a.m. was 39 millimeters, and the daily rainfall was 172 millimeters. On July 1st, the hourly rainfall at 4 a.m. was 46 millimeters. The daily rainfall for that day was 179 millimeters. Compared to the flooding about 30 years ago, when dozens of people died, the rainfall in this area may be exceeded that of that time. This photo was taken when the Terayama charcoal kiln collapsed significantly due to heavy rains in July 2019. The field behind the stone wall of the charcoal kiln contained a large amount of rainwater, causing the stone wall on the right side to collapse. This photo was taken when heavy rains in July 2019 caused a landslide around the Terayama charcoal kiln site, resulting in the loss of many trees in the area and further collapse of the charcoal kiln. The landslide occurred on the northeast slope of the charcoal kiln, and the influx of earth and sand buried the kiln and caused the stone wall on the left side to collapse. Subsequently, a project to restore the forest by planting trees was initiated, along with the restoration of the charcoal kiln, on the grounds that this cultural heritage site is valuable, not only the charcoal kiln itself, but also for the system itself, including the surrounding forest. When we ask visitors to the site about the scope of the Terayama charcoal kiln site as a historic site or as a World Cultural Heritage site, many of them would refer to the remains of the charcoal kiln only. However, the scope of World Cultural Heritage site and the scope of the World Heritage designation for the Terayama charcoal kiln site include not only the remains of charcoal kiln, but also the surrounding slopes. This is because the slopes were covered with forests of beech and oak trees, the raw materials for charcoal. Since the Terayama charcoal kiln site is a historic site that combines the charcoal kiln with a forest of beech and oak trees, or acorn forest landscape, so to speak, the restoration and recovery of the forest on the damaged slope is also an important part of the disaster recovery project. The slope is also required consideration for the local ecosystem and biodiversity. As a result, the Terayama charcoal kiln site is a combination of the remains of the charcoal kiln and the landscape of the Akon forest. As a result, we became more aware of the fact that the Terayama charcoal kiln site is a combination of the remains of charcoal kiln and the landscape of the Akon forest. This photo was taken in September 2021. Many akons had sprouted around the charcoal kiln. At an elementary schools near Terayama charcoal kiln site, students planted seeds from akons they had found. The school students were given an overview of the Terayama charcoal kiln site and the disasters that occurred there before the seeds were planted. Here is a plan for the forest restoration project. This project was initiated in the fall of 2021. It began with an akon pickup in the forest around the Terayama charcoal kiln site. At the same time, from 2021 to 2025, we will sow seed and grow trees for planting. Then, in 2025, we will plant trees on the damaged slopes of the forest. This is the scene from a forest restoration project. Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark also joins in the project. You can see our Geopark logo on the polo shirt back. In this event, while listening to an expert explanation, participants enjoyed walking around the Geopark site. They picked up akons to be used in the reforestation of the forest around the Terayama charcoal kiln site. Many people from elementary and junior high schools and local people also engaged in the co-picking, seeding, and tree planting. We aim to plant 5,000 trees by 2025. So lastly, I will wrap up my presentation today. This shows the ideal balance of the connection to geology, culture, and nature. We aim to raise awareness of our connection to geology, culture, and nature through this project related to our geopark. This time we've experienced losses in both the cultural and natural aspect because of this disaster. Specifically, we've lost the Terayama charcoal kiln representing the cultural site and the surrounding forest representing the natural site. To regain this balance, it requires to restore the charcoal kiln to its original condition and the surrounding environment. I have introduced one project that is taking place at a cultural site in Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark. We must be aware of this balance while protecting our cultural heritage. This idea of our geopark contributes greatly to education, conservation, and tourism, and it will lead to the promotion of the SDGs. I introduced a project at the cultural site of Sakurajima Kinko-wan Geopark. These activities will help to foster attachments to local cultural assets and nature. Deeper understanding of global warming and climate change through study sessions by experts and raise awareness of disaster prevention. And this will lead to the promotion of SDGs. Finally, let me introduce our partnership with a local company. Last year, our geopark partnered with a local shochu company. The idea is based on supporting our geopark by donating a portion of the profit from the sale of shochu to our geopark. Shochu is a distilled spirit. It's Japanese traditional alcohol beverage. We plan to use this to promote the achievement of SDGs in our geopark. It is essential
for Geopark to gain the understanding and support of local business and people. As a Sakulaji Makinko Geopark, we continue to work closely with the government, private companies, other geoparks, resident experts, and many others to create a better community with an eye to the future. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
So, Kyrie, thank you so much for your very impressive presentation.
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
Mala, please.
Yes. Okay. Arigatou gozaimasu, Miss Kori-san. Very nice presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, actually, I'm very happy because today we have around about 5 lady speakers. What an amazing.
Yeah.
It's the way we celebrate the Geodiversity Day.
Yeah.
And now is the session for a question and answer. I have found 2 questions at the chat box. But before, if there's anybody want to raise your hand to asking directly to the speaker, the time is yours. Or if not, we will start with the question from the chat box.
So we have 2 questions from the chatting box. So from Razak,
Yes, Professor Razak, you meet him at the
would you like
Merangin
to
before.
give the question by yourself, or the or we can give the question?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Cha. I think I give question at chatting with Maya. 2 questions.
Yes, I saw that.
Because in Indonesia, I must go to prayer, asar prayer. I'm sorry. Okay, ya Mbak Maya ya. I give you a question in the chatting. 2 questions for Mr. Nicholas from UNESCO and Prof. Arthur Shah from Aroka Geopark. Thank you very much for your answer. I'm sorry, Prof. Shah. See you again.
Okay, so just seems like we will read the question for everyone. Is it okay? Yes, the first is for Professor Nicholas. Dr. Razak asking about, is there any protocol how to make up strategy for social and economic empowerment for society around Geopark? And the second question will be for Professor Arthur, Professor Shah, how to get financial supporting for Arauca Geopark. He needs in-point tips or key success for get financial supporting. That's the question. So maybe for Professor Zoros first.
Yes,
Professor
but
Zoros,
can you
please,
because my connection was not so good. So can you please repeat the question?
Yes.
So the question is, any protocol how to make up strategy for social and economic empowerment for society around Geopark?
So I think that each Geopark should prepare in the frame of its strategy the tools, because there is diversity in societies, in different geoparks, so the needs and the conditions are different from place to place. So each geopark should have its own protocol of activities in order to include the activities which are suitable for the social situation in different geoparks. I'm not so sure if it was this the meaning of the question, but I feel that could not be a tool for everybody. There is a variety of activities that can be used towards that direction, but it's very important to see which will be the local conditions in order to choose which are the appropriate tools for such kind of involvement.
Okay, thank you,
Pak
Dr.
Rasa.
Nicholas. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I see.
So the second question for Dr.
Professor Sa.
Atosa, please. Would you like to repeat the question again?
Yes, please, because
So
I didn't.
the question is how to get financial supporting for a local geopark. I need info and tip for key success for get financial supporting.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In fact, it's probably the biggest challenge for any geopark is to find the funding to develop the multiple initiatives in the territory. Here, in the case of the Arouca Geopark, we have the annual budget that is essentially guaranteed by the municipality. Arouca Geopark coincides also with the Arouca municipality limits, and the budget for the salaries of the staff and the basic functioning of the geopark is guaranteed by the Arouca Geopark Association. It's an association that was created among the municipality and the local stakeholders. They have a tax. They have a year fee for the association, and this is the basic funding for the functioning of the team. But we have the funding that come from development projects, and these development projects come, for example, from the tourism of Portugal, come from projects funding from the European Union. It's our main task every year is to find the next big project to achieve money to develop infrastructures. For example, this suspending bridge costs about 1.8 million euros and was funding at 85% lost money for the European Union. So it's an infrastructure that is already paid. So this is one of the reasons why it's so important the networking and the sistership among geoparks, because these help to put together different territories to apply for common projects and to obtain funding for big projects. It's one of the reasons why the networking is so important.
Okay, thank you, Professor Artusa. Good question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arthur. So we back to the chatting room again. So we have two questions from the participant. So the first one for Dr. Atosa. Again, sorry.
Okay.
So about the local geopark, how use encouragement built and nature by the management in the local.
Thank you for the question of Ataveni. In effect, is something that since the beginning we try to have directly involved. We have a strong connection with the local schools. and especially with the secondary school, when we have big activities, many projects. The local secondary school even develop some research projects, a small research project, but very, very important. And nowadays, it's with the citizen science, we have involved a lot of young people in this project. However, on the scope of the new approach approved for the GGN and related with the youth involvement inside the GGN, we are now developing a new step when we will create kind of a forum inside the geopark in order to develop activities in articulation with the national network of the geoparks, with also with the youth groups of each national geopark, and after to be involved in the GGN Youth Forum in accordance the new rules for the and the new approach for the GGN youth involvement.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sa.
Thank you
Maybe
so
we
much.
can move to
Professor
second
Soros.
question. Yes, for Mr. Zoros, about elaborate how UGGP can be the solution for drinking water. Maybe this is related with the water quality. Is it Mbak Atta? Maybe you can ask directly if you.
Okay, thank you. I was curious about what Professor Surat said, that why geodiversity is has to be somehow related for the needs to the local people. So I was thinking that I've been several times in Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark, and there are some also challenges in that geopark, especially with drinking water. And because you said that the geopark also has to be the not only the providers but also the facilitators. If I'm not mistaken by your presentation, that can be also solution for local people's problem in drinking water. Could you kindly elaborate that presentation, sir, once more, maybe for us in Merangin, Jambi? We really need that kind of solution that we can be served to the local people. Thank you.
Maybe
Professor Soros.
Professor Soros. Professor Soros, are you here? Yes. It's okay. Maybe we pass to another question from. Okay, someone likes.
Yes,
Raise
from
a
Korat.
hand from Korat, please. Wongsakorn, you can give the direct question for the speaker, please.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes.
Yes. This question to President Global Geopark Network, Professor Sarat. This question is probably isn't relevant today. My name is Muskan Supti. I'm a geography and geoinformatics student at Nafarasima Rajapat University. I used to the attend to the UNESCO Youth Forum at Belitung UGGP. They organized
very interesting activity. I'm very interesting in the kind of geopark activity. If we organize the activities for the geopark project, would UNESCO have a budget to support this part, or where can I find international budgets? Could you please give me your suggestion? Thank you so much.
I think maybe
Cha.
Professor Soros missed the Zoom here. Or you ask anybody? Professor Sa, maybe. Sorry, can you give the answer for this student, please?
Yes. Maybe Professor Sa can answer me.
Okay, I think that I can answer to this question. So, in effect, UNESCO don't have a proper or a specific funding for the youth forum, or a specific budget for the functioning of the youth forum. So this needs to be decided case by case. So the situation it is for if this implies the involvement of GGN, and is something that is directly related with the GGN and the organization of GGN. So GGN needs to observe, to analyze, and to decide about the funding of these. As far as I know, from UNESCO, don't have a direct budget, a direct specific budget for that, but it is also something that must be done. You can apply, you can ask to the Secretariat, to Christoph Vandenberg, about, and for sure that they will explain you. So in any youth forum, the functioning of any youth forum needs also the involvement of the national network in order to promote and to help to find some funding to help. In many cases, it's seed money, in effect, to help the functioning of this. Of course, the youth forum are very, very important for every geopark, and this the youth forum for are very important for GGN. So in any moment, you need to ask to see if there are some kind of funding. I see that Kana Furusawa has also probably can give some input about it.
Thank you, Artur. Yeah, I just wanted to add some information that how we work to support Youth Forum. We haven't done so much yet, but we are trying to discuss with our National Commission for UNESCO. The Secretariat of the Japanese National Commission for UNESCO is a Ministry of Education in Japan. So we seek for some support and some fund from the NatCom. So maybe you can also try to speak with your government support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kana. It's a very good answer for my student, I think. So we move to another question from, sorry, for Kauri, sorry.
Oh, so I'm here. So can I answer now?
Yes, just a simple question.
Question.
See what kind of the geological process happened last time to create this charcoal layer?
Yeah,
Yes,
actually it's
please.
So really good question for me. So I didn't say the current situation in the presentation, but so sadly, charcoal kiln collapsed again after finishing the construction. So all we can do now is just reforestation activities. So actually, so now, so expert has been researching, studying the cause of this corruption. So is this
This
the
is
answer
okay?
which you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Carrie, I have another question.
Okay.
So you show about alcohol products, right? The last one is your products from the alcohol, right?
So shochu company.
I
you
showed
mean?
you, yes.
Yes.
Just very interesting. So, but I don't know how to connect between the alcohol and the geopark.
Yeah, actually, so shochu is a traditional Japanese alcohol beverage. So since the ancient times, so it is a part of culture in Japan. So it's really natural to support for geopark.
So this is made by the rice, made by rice
No,
also.
actually, depending on the region, but so in Kagoshima, in our geopark area, so main ingredient is sweet potatoes.
Oh.
So satsuma imo in Japanese.
So this is very special because of the volcano, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, so the ground is for suitable to make sweet potato.
Okay, thank you. So
Easy to dehydrate.
Yeah.
Mola, do you have some question?
I hope this is the last question left on the chat because we need to move to another speakers then.
So
Another
we
question
have one
for-
we have one question from our team, the Kora Geopark team, from Dr. Eve. Dr. Eve, you would like to ask direct to the speaker, please.
Thanks, Dr. Cha. I don't have any question. I think we should keep a time because we are late now.
Okay. So, Mola, should we
Yes.
move to the another section?
We have one last question for
Please.
Professor Sa, or we move?
Yes, now no question because Dr. Eve will ask after. I think
At the chat box, I mean, at the chat room, we have left one more left, and
actually I have one question for Professor Soros, but maybe he's missing now, so maybe we can move to another. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, so please give a big round of the applause to our speakers, but maybe by chatting, by ladies, by online. You can give the emoticon like this. Okay, thank you. Please give your emoticon like this. Yes, to the all speaker in the first section. So, okay, we move to the second section. Okay.
yes,
Mola, please.
I will introduce the next speakers. Madam Tanot, are you with us already?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Thank you.
While you introduce me, I open my slide to make it easier.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Madam Tanot Unja, the Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Environment and Development, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Welcome, Doctor, her research interests include nature conservation, geoheritage development and management, geotourism and geopark, sustainable utilization of non-renewable resources, and geohazard. Since 2002, she is the Secretary of Geological Heritage Group of Malaysia before appointed co-chair in 2021. Wow. Currently, she is an active junior evaluator for UNESCO Global Geopark, member of Malaysian National Geopark Implementation Committee under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Energy and Climate Change to develop geopark throughout the country. She is also creating modules, conduction program, and training for geoscientists, geopark manager, policymakers, tourist guides, international undergraduates program, and the public as the head of the Geology and Landscape Heritage program at the Langkawi Research Center. So we welcome you. Please join me to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Tanat Unja from Malaysia. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Mala, and good afternoon and good morning, everyone. My name is Tanat Unja. I think I'm going to share something slightly different from previous speaker because I'm going to look into, instead of very specific on geopark, I will look into a broader picture on how we develop geopark, because I believe geodiversity is not a thing that just a work of a group of people within a geopark, but a work of a country. So probably I would like to share some perspective on how Malaysia is a country working on this geopark. But before I proceed, I would like to say thank you so much, Dr. Jarun and Dr. Mala from Merangin and Kora Geopark for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here, and particularly looking at various faces that I'm familiar with. So glad to see all of you. And as for me, I make these presentations, I hope it make it easier because I've been informed that you are a mix of people from geological background as well as from students as well. And there's also a policymakers. There's also people who work in the geopark. Yeah. But I try to give my perspective and bigger picture, but do not hesitate to ask me on any teeny bitty things about geopark. Although I work closely with Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark, as mentioned by Mala, I work with at the research center and work to build the geopark, particularly in a research area and various aspects of it. So I'll proceed with this. So my outline will be some sort of introductions, some geodiversity approach within the country. So it might be different from other part of the world, but not much different though. But I thank Prof. Zuros for giving you the definitions, because we use the same definitions, but probably we have different types of geodiversity within our country. And how do we work on geodiversity applications? It's more like, what do we apply it upon? And particularly in this case, because most of you come from geopark, so I'm going to speak about geopark. Nonetheless, I also speak to other geologists. If you work on geoheritage, this geodiversity also upon that geoheritage outside of geopark. And after that, I come to concluding remark. So both two picture here is the two geopark there. First is National Geopark on exposed quartz ridge of Gombak Selangor on its aesthetic and ecological functions. I know there's a questions earlier regarding water, how to save the water. In our case, this Gombak Selangor Geopark, Gombak Ululangat Selangor Geopark, particularly this quartz ridge, play a role of ecological functions, which has become a natural dam to the existing dam, which is very important to the people of Klang Valley. So it is very important to preserve this quartz ridge, not because just it has a significance of international original significance, but also play a bigger role to the community as ecological functions. For in this case, it's a natural water barrier for the Klang Valley. And the second one, I think most of you have been to Langkawi. This is also one of the ecosystem, which is quite unique, the oldest rock in the country, made of sandstone, which is formed by the oldest rock. To Malaysians, this is the only place, the birthplace of the country. Yeah. So my sort of introduction is more like how we started to work in the country of introducing geodiversity. We are considered quite late compared to others, probably because of it's not really in our culture to protect these natural resources. But note that as a country, we are only 60 years of independence, and most of us depends on natural resources for development of the country. So we only started listing out a list of outstanding geological heritage in 1970s, which is inspired by this World Heritage Site as well. Yeah, we do, influenced by the global influence, particularly in World Heritage Site. There's a researcher, particularly geologists, working on this, and a make a list of, I think, more or less about 16 sites across Malaysia. However, the initial work on systematically study of geological heritage in the country started in 1980s, in which we started to have our own terms during that time, and then work together with most of researchers from Europe. We have our own geotourism definitions. We have our own conservation geology terms to how we do the systematic of this approach. But then, because this is all written in our own language, because we are really focused on the people who work on these geoheritage conservations. And in 1990s, there's a work move out from the academics world, particularly within the university, to partnering with other people outside, which is a collaborative work on geological heritage group among the academics and government agency. We started with the Department of Mineral and Geoscience Malaysia in 1990s, I think late 1990s, through series of projects. And that definitely come out with various geological heritage across the country, and particularly the systematic of work on how do we work on geological heritage, particularly geodiversity in the country. And only in 2000 that we started to work on exploring and promoting geopark in the country. You know that all of us just started during those times, so we are very new as well. Yeah. So in our geodiversity approach, there's three things that I simplify it in this way, although there's a lot other way that we can look into it. But at first, we must have some identifications of geodiversity of the country. Without understanding what is understanding of geodiversity of the country, it's difficult to form out what is the significance of that geodiversity. Therefore, you can come out with what is regional, international, or even national significance of your country. Then through time, we realized that it is a need to standardize what is our definitions, not just for geodiversity, but how do we approach it, how do we apply it, and what to do with it. Yeah. So through the identifications, what we did is, at first, this is the basic idea that we used previously, often started with scientific values of the geoheritage. Although now, we also look into aesthetic, recreational, and also cultural. But the significance and importance of geological area or landscape or geodiversity are often related to scientific values, which is we could connect into key records, special landform features, significant occurrence of distributions, and ecological functions. Maybe I put here where is the geodiversity often apply upon it, or within the significance of occurrence and distributions, which are looking at rocks, mineral, fossil, structure, and landform. I know Gray come out, even Sharples do come out with several definitions of geodiversity. But in Malaysia, we're looking at it in this perspective, because this is the most abundant things that we have here in the country. Yeah. So based on our unique geology of the country, particularly significant geology, this is our list, although we also move towards soil and other, but we put it under landform or how it connected, but it's more like applications, but not the main things. As you see here, we look at mineral, rocks, primary structure, secondary structure, fossil, and landform. Could be natural, and now we're moving to natural and anthropogenic as well. So the work, as you can see here, the framework, when we started in the 1990s or early 2000s, we have this subject called conservation geology. We create a framework looking at, geodiversity is one thing that we already work on, particularly for characterizations and classifications before we do some assessment to get the heritage value of that geodiversity. And then in the case of Malaysia, we have a terms, I think this is applied for the country because we read too much, I guess, and everybody does as well. So you might have your definitions and how you use your term. But in our case, we consider geosites, taking the definitions by the partners from Portugal as well as from Switzerland, those who work on this definition. Geosite is outstanding geological features or landforms. So it could be geosite or geomorphosites. So we have such a definition before we move into conservations and utilizations. If you look at the why I brought this map, because in the country itself, we have to recognize where is outstanding geology representing the different era of the geology within the country, because we cannot compare how could Paleozoic rock could be better than Mesozoic rocks. Those are unique by itself. So therefore, we have to understand the uniqueness of the area within the country. As you can see, Malaysia, I picked this because this is simplest. I know most of you are not geologists, maybe quarter of you are geologists. In the case of Peninsula Malaysia, we have the oldest rock, which is Paleozoic. Note that in Malaysia, the oldest rock that we have is 500 million years old, up to until some Mesozoic rocks, which is quite abundant in Peninsula Malaysia. We divided into two. Half of Peninsula Malaysia are Paleozoic, and majority of it is dominated by Paleozoic rock, where on the other side is mainly Mesozoic rock. Whereby on the other side of the islands, which we have with Indonesia as well, which is part of Kalimantan and Brunei, this is mainly Mesozoic and Quaternary rock. So we derive significance of scientific significance from this diverse geodiversity that we have, from different age and different formations and time. So out of this work, we come out with various books. This is the work that we started just to figure out how to make this work of identifying geological heritage, or even how do we classify this geodiversity through various books. And we have at least 8-9 books on geological heritage, mainly written in Malay and some in English, but work for most of Malaysian because we want to build it for the country. And the first group that doing geological heritage mapping in 2000, sorry, the picture is slightly blur, but most of them at present are either retired or they hold highest positions in Department of Mineral and Geoscience. I'm not in a picture because I'm the one who take the photos. So this is among the work that we done to identify the significance of geodiversity in the country. So when we identify the significance of geodiversity, it is also moved to another part, which we realize that we cannot just, we build it continuously across the country, but we also have some specific research center working in it. I'm one of the researcher at this research center, which is called Langkawi Research Center, located in the middle of Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. We support most of the work on geological heritage within that country, but we also doing the work of trans and multidisciplinary, which is connecting, understanding that geodiversity is not standalone things, underpinning life. And then the connection between geology or geodiversity of the area with the biodiversity and with the culture, that is what we did in this research center. And this research center also being evaluated in several other parts of Geopark that we have, which also looking at trans and multidisciplinary and supporting of Geopark across the country. Besides doing research, as you can see, the picture on the top there, there's a picture of researcher from across the globe. We not just invite within the country, but also across the globe, across agencies and governments to work on specific topics. For in this case, this group of people are looking at the mangrove ecosystem within Langkawi. And the second picture down below is the one that work in awareness. As a university, we have a role of imparting geopark and appreciations of geodiversity to our undergraduate students. So this is one of the programs that we conducted to international students, co-sustainable tropical heritage, but we also have series of programs for local students, which is we're not just bring this international student to the local school, but we're also partnering with the Langkawi Development Authority, which is coordinator of Geopark, in promoting geodiversity to school. As a university here or as a research center within Langkawi Geopark, we adopted to school, representing the secondary school as primary school within Langkawi Geopark, and which we assist them with awareness of geodiversity. The task is a mix from a series of programs for different classes, or create module for students, and even create module for teachers. And that's mainly partner with Langkawi Geopark as well. So here as well, we note that as a research center, we also highlight the work with tourist guide, which we created module for tourist guide, and not just we consider not just in one languages, but a mix of languages, so that they be able to not just approach the international tourists, but also the local tourists who are benefited from the knowledge of the geopark, particularly geodiversity in the area. Yep. And to some point, we realized that this is one of the things we take some time to do, which is standardize the definitions. Throughout the years, we realized as a country, there's so many research out there looking at how can we evaluate this geopark, and not just geopark, geodiversity. How is it significant? Should it significant because of its aesthetic values? Should it be significant because of its cultural values only, or the highest? So we come about with understanding of, we come together and create this guideline for geoheritage investigations. This is important for us because we would like to have every one of us have that understanding that geological significance of an area based on scientific values, but it could be added by aesthetic, recreational, as well as culture. So this is the work that we conducted with Department of Mineral and Geoscience Malaysia, and we did it for 2 years and collect most of the things, and try series of workshop we conducted together to publish this, so that all the people who work on this geoheritage, either they are in the Department of Mineral and Geoscience or in the academics, can start to use this or explore. Academics are more flexible, but we also look into implementer who really need to have this guideline, so that the other geologies, you're not just to continue to training them without a guideline, but having this guideline will assist them better in doing the geological heritage or looking at the geodiversity. And through this work as well, we also work on assisting and establishing a standard for national geopark that represent the significant geology and landscape of the country. Although this name is not the end name that being picked, but most of the work after being identified and then the work are conducted, and then they come out with specific name for geopark. And at present, as you can see up there, we at least have 2 UNESCO Global Geopark and the others National Geopark that we work on, which have their own significance across the country. That much easier by having standard and guideline, because it helps people to establish this geopark. Yeah? And okay, I move to the next one, which is applications. Applications of geodiversity in Malaysia is quite broad though. Although I try to simplify it into these 4 in a very short point here. The first is definitely, as a geodiversity, definitely part of our resource, because we need it for country development. That is one of our mining, gold mine in the country. We still need to do so, but it's not geopark yet. But we look into the needs of consumptions and productions, a need to find balance between what is geodiversity that is important for resources. Not all are for conservation, but conservation will come under the second one, because we need to, why is it important to do so? We need to build the country. We still need the resources for our country, but there must be a balance. Therefore, the outstanding geological heritage or geodiversity will be part of the heritage, which is either geological history that need to be protected for, or that area is significant for education and research. That picture up there, those of in Langkawi, that is one of our geoforest park, called Kilimkaus Geoforest Park. In the case of the heritage as well, we're also looking at not just only geological geodiversity that have geoheritage, but also some geohazards that have heritage value as well. Yeah. And which could be translated either how they contribute to the climate change, how they contribute to other part of geological history of the country. And the third one will be the ecological functions. This is without looking at either outstanding or not, as long as that area have these ecological functions, for example, water catchment area, or a place of where you have this biodiversity. We speak of these ecological functions in a way of we're looking at how geological influence the biodiversity, because different types of geology will create totally unique kind of biodiversity. And thus it also influenced the livelihood of the people that in that area. Therefore, ecological functions could be looking at altitude of the area. In this case, I show you the picture on the top of the mountains of Kinabalu Park. It's also our second UNESCO Global Geopark, which is unique because it captured the records of glacier within this tropical region. And also, we're looking at the terrain greatly influenced by habitat and conditions. Being in Malaysia or a country like tropical region like Malaysia, most of the exposure are not, you don't have much rocks exposed except near to the beach area or open space like on top of the mountain. But other than that, most of the area are covered by tree or plants. Therefore, the connections between geo and bio are very important to the country. So ecological functions also defined by the significant contributions of different types of rocks to biodiversity, either flora and fauna. Thus, it is also important to identify the list of rare species, either of plant or animals that live in different types of ecology. And that also moves to the fourth one, which is how it connects to people. There are several places in the country, probably in your place as well, which all the geological features are connected to sense of places. Or probably your place are named after the mountains or where you come from, or the sea where you come from, mainly relate to landscape or that exists within your area, mainly geodiversity that is outstanding or dominance within your area. In that case, Malaysia also looking at this as part of sustainable community in which it directly connected to the culture of the people. Or in this case, if you look at the picture up there, that is one of the geological heritage. The rocks is age of Paleozoics, and the most southern part of Peninsular Malaysia. The limestone itself used by the local people for particularly religious purposes. In Malaysia, we have lots of this, either of they use the cave for religious purposes. So, or some it's become a spiritual inspirations or art inspirations as well. But we connect in that way. So that the people already known about that landscape and then, or that geodiversity, some are significant, some are less significant, but yet finding that connections to the culture is very important because we want that geodiversity to be known to the local, to the people. Particularly if it's outstanding, that's extra value to it. So if we look into this geodiversity, I make it simplify in this case. We know we identify geodiversity in the country. We understood that geotourism, conservation is often looking at all those that is highly significant in terms of scientific, whereby others could be, if it's not highly significant, connected to culture, we also can connect it to the tourism itself. Yeah. So in terms of tourism, tourism could be not really significant, but if it is, for example, aesthetic values are quite high, but not in terms of scientific, so we can use it for tourism, or any site that being used for geological awareness. So that geodiversity we use for geotourism and often used for recreational purposes as well. But often conservation work could be ranging from geopark, or it's more like large area, according to definition of geopark, in which you use it for holistic manner for educations, conservations, and sustainable utilizations. And also could be a protected area if it's outside of your geopark. So in the case of Malaysia, we also use it's for recreational. Most of the tourism part, particularly the non-significant, are used for recreational and not for protected area. Or some within the geopark, we use that as well. Yeah. So the work of geopark is not just identifying those things and bring it to the community, but also we must implement it in a more concrete way. In the case of Malaysia, we work by having this geopark management plan. This is one we did for Langkawi in 2012 and 2030, and that's also derived from this geopark management plan, also action plan. We create the Langkawi Development Authority come out with blueprint of tourism blueprint for Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. In other part of Malaysia as well, we work on National Geopark Management Plan. This is for the new National Geopark, which is also translated into local plan, in which we want that every geosites or biosites that identify within this proposed National Geopark will be implemented or will be taken care of through the local plan, in which the local plans will work on how to protect, manage, and monitor it for long term. We see that these applications are better protections for all these geosites that or geodiversity that we have within the state or within the country. And note that one more thing, that the land within the country of Malaysia is not belong to federal, but they have this authority of creating guidelines to people, but most of it belongs to the local or the states. So therefore the geopark are established under the state law. Yeah. Although there's some initiative come from the federal itself. Yeah. And at the federal level, this is what our friends from Department of Mineral and Geoscience sorry, I'm so excited that I'm talking too fast. Yes. But it's just that I tried. I don't have much PowerPoint, but I tried to move forward with this. This is the country geopark implementations and development plan. This is a work led by the ministry along with the Ministry of Energy, Natural Resources, Energy and Climate Change, along with Department of Mineral and Geoscience, and all the include Geological Heritage Group of Malaysia and other academics across the country. We sat down, built this, and looking for the country, how best we work on geopark implementations and development plan. And hopefully by having this, we not just standardize it, we hope that we be able to create geopark that sustainable in the long term for the country as well. Yeah. So I come to the summary, and the first one is, it is very important to have this understanding that geodiversity in the country, we have this understanding that geodiversity underpins life in Malaysia and across the globes. And because it underpin lives, all our life are being impacted by geodiversity and how we manage it. Therefore, it is very important to understand the significance of geodiversity for resources, heritage, ecological functions, and sustainable communities. Because without understanding the significance, we might not be fair of what to be protected or what to be used as a resources, or what to be, put as other important or significant, which is important for human being and livelihood of people. It is also, and third one is understand the importance of balance, maintaining the environmental benefit from the geodiversity. If some part of ecological functions because it contributes to ecological, but what things that contribute to the livelihood of people? For example, now you speak of how geodiversity is part of carbon sinks, how geodiversity is part of water and environmental service to the people, from providing air, water, which is quite unique to each of the different types of rocks. You might have different types of water, and that also brought to different types of rock also create different types of species of plants, or even if you plant the same species, you might have different outcomes because of the different types of chemical within that. So it is important to maintain the balance, how much forest we must preserve, that also not just a forest, but also geodiversity that need to be preserved to preserve equal number of biodiversity within the country. Although the country itself seek to preserve more than 50% to 60% of our forests, that also include part of those areas are also geodiversity of the country. Oh yeah, the picture on that side is one of unique geodiversity by the sea, which is sea stake at Baku National Park, located at the new national geopark that we have called Delta Sarawak Geopark. It's made of sandstones. Yeah. And we also consider that systematic conservations and protections of important and significant geodiversity, either from identification to development, is a concerted effort of researcher and implementer. It cannot be just one side of group of people, or for example, just a researcher alone and not the implementer, or even to some point, we have to work with the local community as well in protections. And Geopark really answers to this, in which the community have a sense of belongings on that geodiversity, and they also protect that area. And the last one is this comprehensive or more sustainable approach for geodiversity conservations and utilizations with other elements through sustainable regional development, particularly Geopark. Geopark looking at a bigger picture, not just conservations, but also economic developments, but also a community development within the geopark. Therefore, not just a conservation area exists within geopark, but also the people within the geopark also benefited out of that conservation area. So I put this last picture of mine is one of the ecosystem, which is this is remnants of ancient sea volcanoes in Semporna Islands and Malaysia. And at present, because it's already stable, so reef are formed in this area. And these areas are known for the golden triangles of marine life in the world, and hosting various marine life, which I think known for the diving area across the globe, which is one part of those areas, Sipadan. But this is one of the area belongs to the research center, in which I used to bring my students here to Bohe Dulang Marine Park, which we partner with the local authority over there, local state authority, Sabah Park. So with that, I leave all of you. If you do have questions, thank you for listening to me. And kapun ka, obrigado sese, and arigato gozaimasu, kamong, and gracias. Back to you, Mala. Yep.
And the last maybe terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Dr.
Sama.
Tanan.
ขอบคุณครับ
Very nice. Okay. For the participant, maybe we go to the next, before the question and answer session, we go to the next speakers. Dr. Cha, please.
Okay. So we move to the another talk by the Vietnamese. I would like to introduce Miss Than Ni Brash Wan. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce your name. This is I just call you Wang. So Miss Wang is an active vice director of the Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark and management board in Vietnam. And then she performs an important part in the global coordination of Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark, as well as the local development. She has developed 3 community-based tourism models along Dak Nong Geotel. She has successfully organized activities run by UNESCO and network such as Indigenous Peoples Day, International Earth Day, World Environment Days, and the International Day for Natural Disaster Prevention and Migration. In the Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark, she is the trainer for local about knowledge related to Dak Nong Geopark and how to integrate its value into their products. In addition, she wrote many papers and articles on Dak Nong UNESCO Global Geopark to promote its characteristics to potential tourists. So everybody, please join me to welcome Miss Xuan Wang. Please, Wang.
Good afternoon, good morning. I'm a little bit sorry, like my laptop is just out of the Zoom, so I cannot share my presentations on the laptop. I just tried to log in again. So could you please move the next presentations first? I'm trying to log in again on my laptop.
So, Emarine,
I
are you
wonder,
here?
I wonder, Emmeline still with the student.
So choose we back to the question for Dr. Tanot and then waiting for you, Wang. This is
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, if anybody have some question for Dr. Tanot, and then maybe I think Professor Soros coming back. I'm so sorry because you lost our loom for a long time. Can you hear me, Professor Soros?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry for you missed the question from our participant in the last in the question section. So when we're waiting for Ms. Wang to set up the laptop, can we back to the question?
Look, I have problems with the voice. I mean, I could see, but couldn't hear.
Okay.
Which was the question?
So, Mala,
yes.
can we back to the question? When we're waiting for Ms. Wang, and then maybe we can give the question for Professor Soros and also Dr. Tanot.
Maybe we send the question.
Okay, you can check on the chat, and then maybe we give the question for maybe Dr. Tanot and Professor Soros. You can give me an answer about geodiversity. So I just wrote many books about geodiversity, but just would like to make sure the definition about the geodiversity. For example, when I listen your presentation and then you keep the presentation about geodiversity as the earth heritage or something like that, but someone just confused this is a geological heritage or and then relate to the another which one is the definition, the correct definition from your opinion, maybe from Dr. Soros and then maybe Soros, please, maybe you first. Thank you.
Professor Ross, you first. You first.
I try to leave the question for Professor Zoros directly on his chat room.
Yeah, but please, my question first. Sorry.
While
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
doing
yeah,
that, shall I answer that? Okay. I'm sorry to
Sorry.
putting all of you in confusion of that. But what I'm saying is that the first thing is that the geodiversity is to any diversity, geological diversity that exists on Earth. But geological heritage, speaking of geodiversity that have outstanding values, so therefore you call it geological heritage. Otherwise, it's just any ordinary geodiversity. Yeah. You know, it could be rocks, could be minerals, it could be fossil, but it doesn't have significance in terms of scientifics. So those we call geodiversity. In general, they're all geodiversity. So to some point, as a study of geoheritage, we have to call them geological heritage because they have scientific values, or particularly not just any scientific values, because all of them have scientific values. But in the case, that's why we have that standard saying that, what do we call geological heritage, which is equal to geosite, must have. So we do some kind of evaluations. So through that, we realize that those who have the highest mark or outstanding, you know, rare kind of, or when we do the mark out of hundreds, for example, maybe they are approaching 80 and above, they are all geosite or geological heritage. But other than that, we just call them any geological site, not geoheritage site. Yeah. Any geosite, not geosite, sorry, any geological site is any geodiversity, you know, but not geosite or geoheritage site. The heritage itself speak of values that given by the scientific people. Yeah. I hope that answered to your questions, Dr. Charan. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And Professor Ross, if you're ready, then you may answer.
Professor Surat, do you have some opinion? That's it.
Yes, of course, I would like to share different opinions. I think that the audience should not be confused with different terms, because many are giving emphasis to the terms and don't give emphasis to the action. I am for the action. I think theoretically we can discuss for hours about some issues, but the question at the end of the day, we change the world if we do something. If we don't do anything and just discuss about inventories, about sites, about this stop us from action. And in my opinion, is the most important thing is to do something. Also, in my opinion, is extremely important to do specific actions for geoconservation. And in my opinion, to answer also the question that is how the UNESCO Global Geopark can be solutions for drinking water. for the society is, first of all, UNESCO Global Geoparks should work in their geological heritage, for example, investigating the aquifers and provide solutions for drinking water, because we know that the water which is under the surface is much cleaner than the surface water. So it is much better to use under the surface water than use the surface water for drinking purposes. So the knowledge about hydrogeology, about the subterranean aquifers, can provide solutions to small communities all around. So again, the knowledge about the geoscientific knowledge is of highest importance in order to serve the societal needs and to solve specific problems that we may have in different territories. But of course, the differences of geological elements present in our territories are very useful for our activities in the geopark. A geopark should be recognized due to the international value of the geoheritage present in its territory, but all forms of geoheritage, all forms of geodiversity can be useful, at least for educational programs, because we can use even the simple sites, those who have not so important geoscientific value, are not valuable for research, but can be very useful for education, for explaining the different situations to our people. So in my opinion, I don't know if I covered the question. In my opinion, geoscientific research in all fields of earth sciences is extremely important for our geoparks.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Soros. And how about Wang? Wang?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yes, okay. Please, Wang. Please give the stage for you. Can you share your PPT?
Yes. You see my slide in full screen?
Not yet, please.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, how about now?
Not yet.
It's not yet the full screen. Yes, this one is okay. Please.
Perfect. You can start.
Sorry for the disconnection from my laptop, so that it a little bit delay for my presentation. But in the meantime, thank you for Professor Nicholas and Professor Tano to answer the questions, so that can help me understand clearly about the concept of geodiversity and other aspects of this. And my presentation today will bring a small case of that known UNESCO Global Geopark, a new member of the big network of our global geoparks. And we recognize that geodiversity is very important to our life. And in my presentations, I would show some way that we bring this term closer to our youth as well as our local community. And first of all, this is a good chance for us to a little bit promote our geopark. As you can see on the map, this is the map of Vietnam, and there are 3 UNESCO Global Geopark up to now. 2 in the north, and only Dak Nông UNESCO Global Geopark in the south. And unlike 2 other geoparks, they have the karst landscape. Our geopark have very unique landscape of Vietnam. We have volcanic landscape. And we established our geopark in 2015. We got the designation from UNESCO for a global geopark in 2020. So currently we are just 3 years old global geopark. And we have the big area with 4,760 kilometers square with 5 districts and 1 city, with the populations around more than 600,000 people. But we have the diversity of the ethnic group. We got 40 ethnic groups inside our geopark, and 3 among 40 is the indigenous group. So here you can see the map of Dak Nông UNESCO Global Geopark. And as we are the new member of the global network, so we like positioning ourselves at the lens of south. This is the term that we made for our geopark development that can integrate the geological characteristic combined with the cultural characteristic and the biodiversity in our geopark. So within the geopark, we have 41 sites, and we divided into 3 routes that you can experience each route in 1 day. And each route, again, we have the combinations of the destination. It's not only the geological route, it's not only the cultural route, but it is a combination. Some side of the route is about the geological side, some is the cultural side, some is the partner side. And it's also the concept of the geopark that is not only have the geological characteristic of the international level, but also have the link with the culture and the biodiversity as well. So back again of the geodiversity of Dak Nông UNESCO Geopark, and we have the background of the volcanic landscape. So we not only have the cluster, the lava tube system of the largest in Southeast Asia, we also have the system of the waterfall, and we also have the landscape of the terrain, the forest. And more interestingly, based on the geodiversity, we create the biodiversity. And from the biodiversity, people got very diverse in their culture as well. And here are 5 volcanoes that you can find in Dak Nông UNESCO Global Geopark up to now. They are young volcanic, but very like young but very beautiful in shape. And among 5 volcanoes, only 1 volcano can make the lava tube system. So it's just a funny example that we made a story that among 5 mothers, just 1 mother can born a huge lava tube system in our geopark. And many scientific estimated that there are hundreds of lava tube caves within our geopark, but up to now, only 49 caves have been surveyed and matched. So a lot of things needs to carry out for this characteristic of our geopark. And all the lava tube cave in our geopark developed in the Pleistocene and Holocene basaltic floor. And not only we had various in the landscape, we also show the local people as well, the tourist, the treasure that UNESCO Global Geopark have inside its territory. We also had the bauxite, sapphire, semi-precious stone. And here we got the question of the history of our the Earth movement on our geopark. This is the ammonite. And when we take the student to our Geopark Information Center, we show them this sample, and we said that you can see some building of the historical walls. This is the building, human-made building, or some site that related to the historical of the people here. So ammonite is our witness, our historical witness of the Earth movement on our territory. So it's very interesting for the student and the visitor when we share that story. And through the diversity of UNESCO Global Geopark, we also share this knowledge to our partner. And some partner of our geopark, including the farmer, manufacturer, about the fertilized soil, the volcanic erosion happening to our geopark, so that they can add more value to their products and sell the product with high price on the market. And through the networking, we also connect with other geopark to advertise and to promote our geopark partners' product as well. So geodiversity in the presentation of Professor Thanos and other other series is had the scientific dimensions, and it's our mission so that we bring this term clearer to our student. And how we make it, it's just sharing some things that Geopark has made to bring the geodiversity as well as geopark closer to the student and the local people. And first of all, we try to cooperate with the Vietnam institutions for geoscience with Professor Trần Thăng Vấn to make the series of scientific documentary about Đắk Nông heritage. And inside this, not only the very easy to understand explanations from Professor Trần Thăng Vấn, we also include some graphic design so that it's made the clip in more interest for the people, the audience. And during the COVID-19, we share the link of the clip among our geopark community, and we reach a lot of positive feedback from the people who watch this clip. Addition to that, we also create the comic book on Đắk Nông UNESCO Global Geopark Heritage to share the value of our geoscience as well as the cultural side and other aspects of the geopark as well. And interestingly, we also make a Nam Plang legend. And Nam Plang legends is a very amazing book to understand the indigenous belief, explanations about the natural phenomenon. For example, when we come to the volcano, we not only introduce with the visitor or the local community about the formations of it in terms of the scientific information. We also share about the Mơ Nông people's belief about information in terms of their religions as well. So it's really interesting when we combine the the geological side as well as the cultural side when we explain and when we interpret one side of the geopark. And we also bring the geodiversity term as well as the biodiversity closer to the student by taking them to the pedagogical path. It means that the path that we create some VR code as well as some marks on the roads to show the visitor as well as the local people the biodiversity along as well as the geo site along the path. And here in Đắk Nông Geopark, now we only have 2 pedagogical paths, but we intend to expand the route more in the future so that we can let people understand more about our biodiversity as well as geodiversity. And we also create the tailor-made trip for the family with the kids, with a special guide from our team to like popularize the knowledge of the site to the kind of target markets. We found that when we do with the kids, it's very interestingly to get them closer to the nature, and they feel very enthusiastic to participate in the geopark activity as well. And beside that, we also had the annual trainings classes, and we got the purchase from the local government in the action plan of the geopark every year. We had the purchase for the training classes, and we not only training students in the class, we also bring them out to the field, to some geoscience, so that they can experience and they get the lessons from the nature, from the outdoor. It's very good experience for them as well. And through this trip, we receive a lot of positive feedback from the student, because it's through the geopark activity, it's bring a lot of change for them to move to the geosite, to travel to visit the geosite of the geopark and to know more about the geosite of the geopark, so that they can raise their love for the homeland as well. And back again to the training course, we not only had the team related to the geopark, we create some very interesting training about the instrument, local instrument, musical instrument. And for this thing, we create the link between the geological aspect to the cultural aspect of the local people. And in addition to the training for the youth, we also training for the tour guide, our partner, because we recognize that not only the local people, but also the visitor need to know about our geosite, our cultural site. And this is the best way. We train them not only in the room, but also in the field trips, so that they master the knowledge related to the geopark, related to the local development, so that they can pass this to the visitor in a holistic way. And some teaching material that we have made up to now to in terms of the geopark, if we work with the departments of the training and educational of Đắk Nông, and we made we move the content of the geopark into their official curriculum. And for this achievement, to make it into the like the study curriculum, we need to have the accept from the Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam. So this is a big achievement of our province up to now. Only one lesson in one book for one grade. but it's make people and especially the student closer to the concept of the geopark and other kinds of the aspect of the geopark as well. Besides of that, we also have some other material for teaching, like the rock book and the information panel at school. We equip at every school in our geopark by the government budget. And to make the student closer to the geological side of geopark, we also create the contact name, the tour guide, becoming the tour guide of Đắk Nông UNESCO Global Geopark. And each student or group of students will come to the geo site or the site of the geopark, and they make the clip of becoming the tour guide of the site. And it's very interestingly that we hold this contact every year with the cooperation with Department of Training and Education of Đắk Nông. And not only that, we also have annual contests. We cooperate with the Scientists and Technical Association of Đắk Nông Province to hold the Youth Innovation contest. And in this context, we also introduce the concept of the geopark, geodiversity, so that children can make the product related to that. And you can see the picture is some model making of the waste, like the paper to make the volcano sample or to make the map of Đắk Nông UNESCO Global Geopark. And not only that, we let our students to speak about our geodiversity through the online exchange. And we make it last year up to now. We got 4 online exchange with other geopark like Hakusan, like Aso, Rinzani. And this is a very good way to motivate the student to participate and learn more about the geoparks as well, because it's a good chance for them to know and to share. It's very interesting that they can share the knowledge, not only about the local knowledge, but also about the local beauty out to the world for the international friend. And this activity also attract a lot of participants from the school and the student as well. And besides of that, we also hold some mini game on the geoscience and geopark. When we have any activity of the geopark, we got a small booth along the side, and we make people participate in the mini game of the geopark as well. And this is a very good way to like motivate people and encourage people to know more and to engage in the geopark activity. Not only that, we also utilize the space when the province had the big event. We asked the local authority to have some space for it to make the exhibition of the geopark as well. And we got the agreement from the local government that we can use the small space to make our exhibition. And for the participant to the local event, they can also participate in our geopark exhibition to learn about the geopark as well. And last year, to welcome the Geodiversity Day, Đắk Nông UNESCO Global Geopark cooperate with Azo and Rinzani to hold the similar online webinar like this one. And it's also interesting event that we also got a lot of participants from our school and our students as well. And I think it's just some sharing what we have made to bring the geodiversity a little bit closer to our community, especially the student. And it's just a small step. I think I need to learn more, and I need to exchange more experience from other UNESCO Global Geopark to help our geopark achieve the mission of become a famous UNESCO Global Geopark in the future. And I'm very thankful to the organizer today to invite me in a representative of UNESCO Global Geopark to share a little bit about what we have done to in terms of the geodiversity for everyone. And thank you for listening.
So much, Wang. Thank you for giving a very good presentation. And then Mola,
Yes,
how about a question or next to the speaker?
Can we directly for the question and answer session for Ms. Wang? Is it okay? Because I have message from Miss Emmeline. She's yes, she's just after class and will together with us soon. So if there's so we can jump into the Q&A session.
Okay.
For Ms. Wang, please.
Okay.
We already have.
Yeah, we have the question for Dr. Tanod, but she already replied on a chatting group, and then maybe you can check this about so the question for Meta, do you have advice and tip how to establish the systematic conservation with a comprehensive approach that can be utilized by a local youth community? So this is also very good question. But Dr. Tanod already give the answer in the chatting group, or Dr. Tanod, you would like to give the answer again in the group, or what do you think?
Unless it's not clear. Okay. If somebody said, okay, I'm not sure what he was saying, but because I know that their interests are particularly on youth, because as you can see, my presentation is mainly for the country and how we do this systematic for the country. For the sake of, we have same mind and same idea on how we're going to do and approach our geodiversity within the country. But note that just like what Prof. Zuros mentioned earlier, to some group, we didn't impose everything, you know. We didn't impose it to the youth because they are not the scientists the way we are, because this might be important for scientists because we're going to define what is significant for that geodiversity. But to the youth, it's more like practical approach. Yeah, but even though it's practical approach, it is important to see what is important within geopark. You're not just doing geodiversity, but biodiversity as well as cultural diversity. So the youth must have that awareness, not just awareness, even the sense of belonging, because they are community within that geopark. So that's what I highlighted there. So to the youth, we really put them into more like awareness. Yeah. Although we create module for them, that module are very much on awareness. And also, even if they are part of, for example, unless they want to move to become professional guide, you know, some of them just, you know, after they finish their school, they would like to be part of professional guide. So those, if they become a guide, then that's going to be adhered to the existing rule and regulations of being a guide. In the case of Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark, it could be unique to your country. We have urban guide, nature guide. So those have their own outline of how to be one. So we are putting in some added values in terms of geopark to those, and particularly area that is in geopark. So there have to be a geopark guide. Yeah, geopark guide within the geopark. So we are working together with people who are establishing this kind of courses so that we can add geopark guide. Yeah. So at present, I think those guiding work was under Department of Mineral and Geoscience in the case of Malaysia. So as the word, we don't do comprehensive things, but if there is this thing that we can work that out, yeah, accordingly. I hope I answered that though, Sharon. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Tanu. So back to Wang, maybe someone have the question, you can give the question for Miss Wang. But I have one question for Miss Wang. So I saw your Legend Tale, the books. It's very interesting for me. So I think maybe in Thailand we have a lot of things like that. But my question is, sorry, when I compare with my country, but someone we thinking about a Legend Tale, or thing is like a mystery, you know. It's like the mystery, and then do we have the scientific knowledge in the Legend Tale for awareness the people to conserve and give a right way for the resources using? Do you have the scientific knowledge for that in that Legend Tale?
Actually, we don't have the scientific knowledge when we make the version of the legend tale according to the head of the village retell. But when we conclude the tale, we made some relationship between the story with the scientific fact of the site, and I can say. And you know, for some story, the religious tale is also had the lesson to teach the pupil about how to treat with the nature as well to treat with the Mother Earth. It's very interestingly that we can see some comments or some familiar between our mission and the tale mission to model the to teach the young people about how to treat the Mother Earth, because more of the tale, they not all you know the purpose of the tale, right? Is
yes.
They only have to orientate people to the more the high level of the living, the moral lessons for the living standard, so we can combine.
So this is very interesting for me because you know, in Thailand we have the Mutelu, you know, just pray, respect, and but when we give some knowledge about a scientific knowledge, but they said no, we don't believe that, but just pray and
so you know,
somewhere it's very difficult, you know, sometimes. You know.
It's lucky for us when our previous previous vice director, the major is about the cultural specialist. So it's very lucky for us to have her, and then she come to meet the indigenous people and to gather the indigenous knowledge to make that book. Yeah. And you know, when we come to the site, we introduce some scientific facts. It's not much really interestingly, but we introduce by the storytelling, so we may get their attention to give more specific fact. After that, we can conclude something.
And that is success.
Yeah, it's somehow we made a lot of participation from the group that we bring them out to the site. Yeah.
So, thank you so much for very interesting thing. So any audience, do you have any question? Maybe we have one more, or if we don't have the question, maybe we move to another speaker.
Maybe if I
please.
From Toba Caldera UNESCO Global Geopark.
Oke, silakan Pak Gom-Gom.
Thank you for this opportunity. Maybe this question is for the latest, the last presentation. Since we realize that our geoparks are different to each other, your presentation gives me insight about what we could adapt in our geopark. In this particular session, I'd love to know what is common issues or challenges you face all this time. And I'd be thankful if you are willing to share it with us. Thank you.
So maybe this question is too wide for the speaker. Maybe all speaker can give the answer, please. Or you would like to specific for someone? Come.
My question for the last presentation, Mrs.
Okay, Miss Wang, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will repeat my question. Since we realize that our geoparks are different to each other, your presentation gave me insight about what we could adapt in our geopark. And in this particular session, I'd love to know what is common issues or challenges you face all this time. And I'd be thankful if you were willing to share your strategy. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and I think I can share some issues that we are facing, and it's not only our geoparks issue, but it's quite a common issue that most of the geopark is facing. The first thing is the willingness of the government in making the geopark. If you don't get the decisive and the determinations of the government in making the geopark, so it's quite hard for you, even the local community, very participated. But the government made the policy framework. So the first thing is very good to get the support from the government when you read the protest of the geopark establishment. And the second thing is the awareness of the local people about the geopark, because we got a lot of ethnic group in our geopark, so the awareness is quite different at the level. So we need to go out to work with them, to persuade them, to get them know about what is the geopark, why we have to build the geopark, and what is the related between the geopark with their traditional life, or many other issues need to work with the local community, so that we can get their interesting and their engagement in our geopark as well. And the third one is maybe the financial issues. We got a lot of idea, but we had the barrier in the financial one. If we cannot have the sponsor from the government or from the entrepreneur, so it's quite hard to make it become true. And another kind of thing I also think is very important is the management board of the geopark. If you don't have enough people, you don't have the many people come from many kinds of field to maintain and to promote the mission of the geopark. So it's quite hard for one geopark to develop. For example, it's in my case in our geopark, and we also get the recommendations from the expert of the UNESCO when we had the revalidation that our management board elect a pupil. Up to now, we only have 5 people to maintain the daily tasks as well as to maintain everything about the geopark. It's a permanent one, and we also had the part-time officer in the districts. But the number is not really enough to make the geopark develop more in the future, because we need the personnel to work a lot for the geopark to develop. So I think 4 issues is the common one, and I would like to welcome more opinion from other geoparks as well.
Thank you so much, Wang, for your very good answer. And then maybe this is make clear for you, Hong Kong.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's enough for now. Thank you.
So maybe Abdullah, maybe after the question from the chatting box, maybe move to you, okay? So we have another one question from the chat box. How to promote and educate geodiversity to people or public, as biodiversity already success in doing that? So
hello, actually that's my question.
Oh yes, your question. Okay, sorry, you can.
So maybe I can elaborate more. So okay, hi everyone.
Okay.
First of all, I'm Abdullah from Department of Mineral and Geoscience Malaysia. And first of all, I'd like to thanks for the very, very good forum today. And congratulations to all the speakers who sharing with a very good presentation. So actually my question is, if we look at the, geodiversity, if we compare to biodiversity, so biodiversity actually already established. I mean, in terms of the people, in the public or in education and in the government sectors. So, but if we talk about the geodiversity, it looks like a new term for the people, especially public. So my question is, how we want to promote or educate the importance of the geodiversity to the public or to the government and to the world, which is biodiversity already success in doing this. So if we notice that actually geodiversity is the base actually for the biodiversity and also the human. So I pass to any speakers who can share the ideas. Thank you very much.
Very interesting question for any speakers, or maybe for there's many geoparks still in here. Maybe they also can share their experience with
So
your question.
how about Professor Soros? Or Dr. Thanos? Or Professor Soros? Can you give an answer for this question? Sorry. Soros, are you here?
He's mute.
It's maybe, yeah. Can you, sorry.
Yeah, maybe I can start it though, but Professor Rose can add later. But I understood your Mr. Abdullah concern, because being a country like Malaysia, as I mentioned earlier, we are more biodiversity is more prominent than the geodiversity itself. So we really have a big challenge in promoting geodiversity, and because how would you connect this thing? But we never give up though. A few things that we did is that, for example, create a trail that is either from existing trail that exists within the geopark, by adding the geodiversity values within it, and which we have been, I think, successfully did in Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark, particularly in, for example, if you went to Kilim Geoforest Park, if you get the expert guide, you definitely get a mix between connections between geodiversity and biodiversity and even the culture itself. So probably because we're not seeing much of it, it doesn't mean it not exists. So we ought to utilize an existing one. If there is very difficult for people to imagine the geodiversity itself. For example, in the case of Kilim, how do we connect a unique species of plant within the limestone area with the limestone itself? You know, probably people just going to the limestone area, looking at the cave or looking at just the limestone, but not connecting with the, but probably looking at the bats, not connecting why does those features exist in that kind of area. For example, why does only in limestone you have such a big and huge cave, not in granite or other rocks? Or what is the connection between that is plant in with the limestone? So those kind of things that we did in Kilims. So do what we did in Machunchang as well. We did connect the stunted forest on the top of the mountain with the types of soil and plants, type of soil that made from sandstone that not be able to get much soil for a plant on the top of the Mount Machunchang. So that is one of the connections we did in the tropical region because we don't have much exposure of geodiversity, but the connections are very important. And the case of our country, we need to go much deeper. We're not just doing it just through plants, but we also have to look through, for example, insects even. How does different types of insects in different sizes are connected to soil that created by different types of rocks in the area. So connections like that give a better values for knowledge-based tourism. When we created a trail for our geopark, we connect it with geodiversity, biodiversity, and sometimes we connect it with culture. In the case of Langkawi, because Langkawi is known for legends, so do other part of the world. When we design that trail or give explanations, pick a side for explanations, we have connections between at least one or two things that are being connected, either geodiversity with the biodiversity or geodiversity with the culture. And without realize it, we are doing that to most of our guide, because we have a module on that. And the guide really like, and then more people are taking guides in the case of Malaysia. But I think it will be different if you have a very monumental kind of geodiversity that people cannot ignore it. Even in Kinabalu itself, you know, the connection between the types of rocks and the plants and altitude is very obvious. And that become a knowledge-based tourism in that area long before geopark though. Yeah, but the thing is, that is our challenge because not many people be able to see it. But through our work with building trails, by far, I think it's working, but not as much as we imagine it happened in European country or where that you have lots of exposure. But that's the move that we work on within our country. I think that's for me. I think I pass it to friends on the screen for this. Yeah. Back to you, Jaron and Mala.
Yes, I thank you. So Miss Helga, maybe there's you want to share another.
Yes, good morning for me to everybody. Good afternoon for you. It's a pleasure to be here. I completely agree with Tanot and her way to relate geodiversity with the other dimensions, with biodiversity, with culture. And for example, you and your challenge because of your vegetation, you don't have too much exposures, but you have a wonderful relief. And this landscape, you may explain it by geodiversity. And it's wonderful when you discover why your mountains, why your landscape is the way it is. And it is because of the processes, geological processes, geomorphological processes. And for my experience, when we find out to understand the landscape, is a big discovery for people. And they are every day seeing that landscape, and most of them don't understand it. So I think that is one of the places we can help. And we have other experiences here where we make the connections, as Tanot mentioned, between geological heritage, natural heritage, and cultural heritage. And we do that for the products, for the geoproducts. Okay, every geoproduct has this link with the local geoproduct. Okay, so for us, has been a very good experience supported by this IGCP 726 to do this. For example, for the cheese, why the cheese is like that? Because all this connection, or the honey, where the bees are taking their feed, depends on the soil, and the soil depends on the geodiversity, and it's not the same flavor, and is related to the geological map. And we map it where are located the combs of the bees, and all this explained to the producer of the honey. So we can make the connection easily to local people if we did all this research to understand how this honey is connected with geological heritage, natural heritage, and cultural heritage, because also are the traditions, how to produce the honey is pretty different in many regions. Okay, so that are many ways to connect, but that is for me the formula to connect heritage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hyoka. So we have maybe the last question on this section before we move to another speaker. So I have the question in the chatting box. Wongsakorn, would you like to give the question by yourself? Hello.
Oh, never mind, Professor. And you can read my question, please.
Okay. The question is there a way to use people who will be in trade? Sorry, don't move. Okay. In trade, sorry again, is there a way to use people who will be interested in joining together? How does it do it? Maybe for Wang, I think, right? Wang, are you here?
Where is Wang? Hello.
Or maybe someone can give an answer. Sorry.
It seems like my mind is always on.
Sorry, the nose, please.
No, really, because I don't want it to be quiet, but while I try to make it short. You know, that question is very interesting, because that is the questions that all of us are asking ourselves when we create a geopark. What way to persuade use to interested to join in a geopark or take part in a geopark? I guess that's your questions. And to be not just join in, but I think involve actively in geopark. I have that questions long ago, because when we built geopark, we also would like youth to be part of it. But one thing that about youth is what interests them the most. Yeah. So often it's what youth doing. For example, in the case of Langkawi, we create things for, because youth not will immediately get into your, for example, not, if I speak of geodiversity, they would not rush into limestone and look at it. But if I speak of dinosaur, or something that said, or fossil, something that never seen, I think those kind of thing, explorative kind of thing, yeah, that is more interesting for youth. But I also observed that another part of the world, youth can be part of it when they are, it might not directly with the geopark, not directly with geodiversity. For example, we teach them about fossils. Some are curious enough to explore that, and they would love to do that. And then they have gallery within the, for example, in their school to have a geological gallery. But also, we also involve them in the environmental awareness about protecting their geopark, or relate to recycle, relate to sustainability. That's a lot. So they can start with that. But last time I remember how we get several youth in our geopark is that we connect that is their heritage, not just ours, but they are because they are geoparkian, they are the key people who guarded that heritage for all of us. Although all the people had the right to the heritage, but they are the first people who take care and guarded that heritage. So that have different sense to several youths that we have in Langkawi. They take that pride to some level, that they are willing to promote their culture, that they are willing to share about the sites within the geopark. They like to explore what is interesting and unique about their geopark. So I'm not sure the current generations of youth, what they like. But I wish that youth as well give idea what you love the most about this kind of thing. Because if we look in that perspective, we see that what interests the youth in the geopark, and if we look at the geopark itself, it answers to various perspectives of things. And we be able to connect with them through culture. We'll be able to connect with them through environment. We're able to connect with them through knowledges. And my case, one of interesting thing is that because we bring international students to the school, and they love to learn language of the international students, and they share about their culture. So immediately they will share about their geopark. So that is different, each geopark have their unique way of exploring youth involvement. So that is from my experience and observations. And I guess other friends also have some as well. So I pass it to my friends on screen. I hope that answered to some of that questions, Jerome.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, how about Wang, just come back or not?
Yes. She's already, she left again.
She left again. Okay, maybe we move to another speaker. Please, Mona.
Yeah.
Oh, Wang, come back. Wang, the question for you. What would you like to share some?
Yes, my pleasure to answer
Please.
the question. Yep. But could you repeat the questions again?
Okay, the question is the way to pursue youth people who will be interested in joining together. How does is do it?
Actually, we working with the local government first. For example, when we have the target group of community, so we will work with the local government and meet the village head. I mean, the old man of the village that had the very respectful voice in the village. We meet and we work with him. And then after got his agreement about the plan, the protest to men, etc., to their his village. So we cooperate with them and other young people of the ethnic group that can speak Vietnamese language, and we work together to make it to make the concept of the geopark closer to the local people. And for the young generations, it's much easier because I already mentioned that we work with the local Department of Training and Education. So we like it's a kind of governmental action that we can work with the head of the school, and we have some how can I say? It's the outdoor activity, or it's the curriculum that not really in the official one, and we try sometime to meet the student, meet the teacher to train for them. And this is two ways that we work with the different subjects of our geopark pupil. Yeah. So I hope this clear.
Very clear. Wang, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So,
Okay.
Mala, please.
Yes, I want to move to another speakers. We have Miss Emmeline Rosado in here already. I hope. Hello, Emmeline. Hi.
Yes, Mala, I'm here.
Okay, let me introduce you first before you take your presentation, okay? So dear ladies and gentlemen, for the next we have Miss Emmeline Rosado Gonzalez. She's from the UNESCO Chairman on Geopark Sustainability, Regional Development and Healthy Lifestyles. Also University of Tras Montes and Alto Do from Mixteca Alta UNESCO Global Geopark in Mexico. She's a geographer from the National Autonomous University in Mexico and PhD in geology. And also, she's the member of the coordination team of the UNESCO chair. With count with a wide expertise in this topic demonstrated through the publication and participation in multiple international academic events. So, Miss Emmeline, time is yours. Thank you for that.
Thank you, dear Mala. As always, it's really nice to see you. And of course, I want to thank all the Corat and Jambi team for this great event and this great initiative. It's a pleasure to be with you and to say hello, a lot of you. Since we are talking about geodiversity, because Geodiversity Day, I will share my screen. I try to make a presentation about how the indigenous communities in our geopark, in Mixteca Alta Geopark, have an unbreakable bond, a very strong link with geodiversity, with geoheritage in the territory. So in this sense, I want to start with this beautiful picture. This is our world. This is where all of us are. So indeed, geodiversity is connected with all of us, have this beautiful and colorful planet Earth, with a lot of processes, a lot of dynamics and active dynamics around the world that result in all these beautiful colors and all these beautiful rocks that define us, that define the Earth history, but also the human history. Because as we know, even we have these 4.6 billion years composed of all these kind of rocks and processes and all the evidence we study, we are actually here in the last small thin layer. But it's quite interesting that all of our essence as human beings and our about geohistory, it's also defined by geology. And we have only to look, for example, the different ages established by historians and anthropologists about prehistory and history, because what we have in the beginning, the Stone Age, the age of the rocks, how we took all the rocks and make it a stone because the use we make. And this is how we start to develop as cultures, as societies. And after that, what else we have? Another geological age, the Bronze Age, when the specialization and the creation of new tools based on what? On geological elements. And pass, of course, to the Iron Age. Once again, our civilization or development as different cultures around the world, but we define the important historical periods about what? About the geological elements, so also the Iron Age. And after the Iron Age, it's the modern age. We don't put maybe a name, but actually we must to think about fossil fuels age, and more recently the silica age. Even we don't name like this, but all of us are really aware that after the Industrial Revolution, when we base our development and economical activities thanks to the carbon, and after that the oil, and today there's still the fuels that command a lot of our activities. And recently, of course, with all the digital technologies and with all our devices, we need also geological elements. So we have a earth history composed about all the geological process, evolution, rocks, landscapes, geoforms, but also our story, our human history, our development as societies in this planet Earth is also defined of what? Of the geological resources, of our beautiful geodiversity. But of course, as we know, unfortunately, we are facing a different crisis that put us behind different futures that lie ahead, different futures that we must do something to act to avoid not so good scenarios. And particularly one of the saddest scenarios that all of us are aware is regarding our indigenous people or original communities. Because being them so isolated a lot of times and having their own kind of culture, not being a lot of times included in the development of the whole society, they have been unfortunately victims of displacement, of losing their lands, losing their resources, even losing their language and their culture. And in this sense is the importance of our geopark in Mixteca Alta in Mexico. And of course, it's important to say it's a UNESCO global geoparks that belongs to the Global Geopark Network. The Global Geoparks Network, as all of us know, was one of the commanders on promoting, yes, the protection of the geodiversity, of geological heritage, but also looking for the communities, for the well-being of the communities. So in this sense is that the Mixteca Alta Geopark was developed, taking into account how the earth heritage, the geodiversity is always linked to our societies, to our cultures. So just to a brief introduction for us to know where we are. Mixteca Alta is in the south of Mexico, in the Mixtec region. This name belongs to an indigenous group that was really strong in this part of the world, of Mexico. It was recognized as UNESCO Global Geopark in 2017. It's a small territory, but it is composed by 9 municipalities, small municipalities, because it's a territory of use and customs, as we say. This means that it's a territory managed and have a governance based on the local communities and their local cultural roots. So there are indigenous structures that are the base of the management of this territory. And it's territory that it's composed by more than 12 communities, but small communities. And all of them work together in order to develop new activities, but looking to the heritage, to the geodiversity of the land, because they are people really with a strong links with the Mother Earth. These people has to ask always for Mother Earth the permission to develop activities. A lot of the rituals, their dances, their festivities are around of the thankfulness for the life, but the thankfulness to Mother Earth, to Tonancintlali, as it's said in Aztec language. And they are deeply engaged of respecting Mother Earth. So in respecting and appreciating and thanking for their geodiversity. It's a place full of history, also colonial history, with one of the biggest temples, Catholic temples in this part of South of Mexico and Mesoamerica. It's a place with a lot of amazing women that are strong, resilient, and make everything with their heart and their hands to produce the different beautiful handcraft, always looking for the natural resources and the resources of the Mother Earth. This territory, as I said, is composed by strong women, young and not so young, but really commit with the benefit, the local development of their communities, really commit to spread the word of the value to protect Mother Earth, to the value of thanks to Mother Earth for all the beautiful geodiversity that sustains these communities. And also because one particular and beautiful element that is today one of the best proud motives that we have in this geopark, that is maintaining the local native seeds. These communities were kind of dependent of Monsanto, but now, thanks to the seeds banks promote with support with the geopark, they start to preserve these seeds and be sustainable, independent producers of their own food, always empowering the local agricultural traditions in order to don't use a lot of fertilizers or pesticides. Geological, in the geological context, the main topic that sustain the existence of this territory as UNESCO Global Geopark is that this territory is it's in a fault contact of two stratigraphic terrains that are the ones which shape a lot of this region. And of course, we have a different geodiversity, different units, fossiliferous limestones with a lot of karstic process, but also some places really didactic to identify and to see the different fossil and species, and working a lot with children and students to identify. But the main characteristic that supports Mixtec Alta UNESCO Global Geopark is erosive landforms. We have a lot of beautiful geomorphological shapes, even like this, like a heart, the Mixtec Alta heart, that are these erosive circles And these are composed amazing, beautiful landscapes with this amazing geodiversity. But also our territory is a territory full of colors, natural colors. We have different tough layers that have incredible chromatic colors and difference that are motive for obtaining natural earth colors from the soil, from the rocks, that a lot of artisans use for their pieces, plastic art pieces, but also painting. And today, also with the support of the scientific committee of UNESCO Global Geopark, we have a huge inventory of these different colors located in all the territory, and also different didactic activities and kits to know how to prepare these natural earth colors to use for painting, for art. And now we have a big initiative also with the students of the school to make this earth colors project. And the artist of the territory, a big one and recognized artist, Manuel Reyes, who made all their pieces with the natural earth colors of the territory. And these are amazing pieces, all of them a lot related with the local culture, with the local indigenous motives and social activity. Another geological aspects and forms, we have an andesite where it's common to find the spheroidal weathering with incredible outcrops. But also one of the beautiful outcrops we have are dikes, andesitic dikes, that now have more than 2 and 3 kilometers outcrop in different places, because the erosion of the Janguitlan Formation, that is these clay orange layers. So these dikes traditionally are really linked with the cultural myths and cosmovision of the territory. They name these dikes Koju, that means stone serpent. And they have a full explanation of the formation of their territory, because these different Koju, these different stone serpents, came all together to the biggest mountain territory, where they start to creating the different aspects and life in this territory. And of course, I put here Koyu, that is one of the mascots in the geopark, because represents this, are linked with this. But also other aspects of geodiversity strongly linked with the people are the different alluvial profiles. We have a lot of paleosols, and the paleosols have the specific clay that for artisan women is the best to produce this kind of pottery. This is a pottery with more than 3,000 years antique technique, because she don't use nothing technified. They do everything only with their hands. And in this sense, they are really proud of this kind of activity, that it's also for their well-being. And all these elements are part of a history, the history of the territory, the history of this geopark. And this territory, before the geopark, was also called by a lot of people like a geological disaster, because all the erosion visible, and was sometimes misexplained and misunderstood, that this erosion was consequence by the extensive agricultural activities and others consequence of the Spanish conquest. But the reality is that this landscape is at it is because the geology. when we study these clays, this Jangwit land formation, we see that it's a monolithic clay that is really erodible, and it's easy to lose only by the natural processes. And this was really interesting to start working with the communities, and they become aware and empowered of this history because they start to look their own territory with proudness and stop to look as, oh my God, my ancestors make this really awful. But no, they start to get empowered and understand that this land is beautiful as it is, and it's natural as it is. So also there's another aspect. This territory has at some point a big population because of what? Because it's a mountainous territory, so don't allow to have a lot extensive areas for agriculture. But the Mixtec people took the advantage of this erosive process. They see that the erosion was really quick, so they start to build some stone walls in the bottom of the valleys in order to retain as a kind of repress, but for sediments, to create these soil terraces that are named today Lama Bordos. It's like a dam of soil dam. And it has estimated with different studies that to fulfill a medium terrace between the different areas in this territory, it takes 1 year, 1.5 years. So it's really quick to have these agricultural terraces with a lot of sediments. So the Mixtecs start to make these old terraces for agricultural process, and this allows to the population growth and maintaining this territory. Today, we still have some of these terraces really well conserved and in use, and others are losing, but also this allows to see the erosional process. So the main idea is like we see in this scheme, we have the dam of rocks, and the sediments keep trapped and make an accumulation zone like agricultural and terrace areas. So as we see in this picture, we have these different terraces. And for example, if you are curious to see these amazing terraces, you can go to Google Earth and go to the Mixteca Alta territory, and you will start to see these amazing pictures where you have all the streams, valleys of the hydrographical basin, but made by what? By all these terraces are you see. The different affluents are made by these terraces. So this was an innovative technique from the Mixtec people to take the geodiversity of the territory to look to the geological heritage as an opportunity for their development. So they are really, really linked about their geological heritage in this territory. And as we know, the big motto what characterizes the UNESCO Global Geoparks is celebrating our heritage, sustaining local communities. So as we see in this story of this territory, we can say that geology has sustained the Mixteca Alta communities for the last 3,000 years. And also it's because of this that our geopark has the motto erosion, culture, and your heritage, because everything is linked, everything is connected. And just to finish, I really want to say that we are really, really proud about our local communities, but in particular of our women, because they are the ones that have been really empowered by the geopark, and they are the ones that are modeling with their hands the geodiversity that allows them to follow a better path for sustainable territorial and local development. So thank you very much for your attention. Tishari.
So thank you so much, Mola.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Malin's very impressive presentation. Okay, actually, I can wait. I can hardly because I don't know whether as a moderator I can ask a question or not, but I have to ask question. You have to question at the chat box already from me and from Miss Atta. I will read the first question from Miss Atta. How many indigenous communities are there and how the management create network with them? As whether they are included or not in making roadmap of the program in your geopark.
Yes, well, how many indigenous communities? All the territories are indigenous communities. They have their administrative division, so we can talk around 12 communities, but actually there are one community of indigenous people, of mixed people. Okay, I see the question. Yes, actually, the work in the beginning of this geopark was based on the needs of the local people. These indigenous communities were the ones that want to create new opportunities that before the geopark, a lot of our colleagues, academic colleagues, have been working in this territory, mainly in archaeological, anthropological topics, and they start to engage with the communities, and the communities get really inspired and interested of this kind of heritage, and they start to think how we can use this heritage for promote our territory. And that was kind of a start the geopark. After that, studies on geology, geography, botanics, among others, were made, but all the time working directly with them in the sense that they are the management structure. The academics at the university we consider us like collaborators of them, the ones that will help them for the development of science or different tools for promote their territory, their heritage, but the management structure is actually based in the local communities. We also have the big lucky to have a geographer from our university that is from there, that is from the indigenous community. So this girl becomes the manager of the geopark, the one that is in front. Maybe some of you meet her in another meeting, Xochitl. It's a girl always with a big smile. And in the reality, the answer of this question is that they are not included in the management or in the programs. They are the promoters of the programs. They are the managers of the territory. So this is a really nice, and we are really proud that our team really empowered to promote their own territory and protect their own territory.
So it means that they're connecting to the management body of the geopark as a partner?
No, as a partner, they are the management
or
body.
They are the management body?
Yes, they are the management body.
Perfect. And how about my question? What's the challenge for the, having seen your presentation, your landscape, I just wonder about how is your geopark based regarding the climate change, especially for the soils and the agriculture conditions?
Are big challenges indeed. And in the last years, it's a problem that was really identified by the communities because the drought season had been more severe and more longer. And these communities depends from the agriculture that is not really, that the water comes from rain and from nature. So this has been a big challenge because they have to start to find alternatives to have the water for agriculture and also to avoid the losing of the crops. And about the soil conditions, they have a good thing that they implement a traditional technique that allows to have always try to have all the nutrients in the soil because they put in the same agricultural area different crops, like 4 species different, like tomato, corn, I now don't remember, potato and another one. So this allows that one of the outcrops, as we know, needs more potassium, but other leaves potassium to the soil. So this allows to avoid desertification in these territories. So in this sense, the traditional agriculture, it's kind of stabilized and it's good for the soils. But unfortunately, regarding climate change, and in this sense, it's a really, really big challenge that we are facing already, but as we know, we will be more challenging in the future, and we are trying to find new and innovative solutions.
Any specific intervention from your central government regarding the situation?
No, unfortunately, these indigenous communities in Mexico, even they are empowered or their governments depend of them, they are kind of autonomous for the state government or the regional government. But in a democratic country, this also implies that they don't have any support. Unfortunately, we know that politicians want to have votes, and to have votes, they have always going to implement new things in the different places to own these votes. But these communities that are autonomous by themselves don't represent any vote. So the budget each year these communities have from the state government, it's like nothing.
Seems like common situation. Yeah. In here also, they got active every single time the election time comes, some kind like that. They bring the program, they bring the money to support us something. Okay, is there's anyone from the participant want to give a question to Ms. Emmeline?
So Mola, maybe I have some mention about the landscape from your PPT. Is very how to say is illusional, landscape, and then look the answer. I mean, for me, but do you have some like a master plan for protect? I kept thinking about the tourist when they go there, and then how to. This is the area for research, or just for the protection area, or also do open for the tourist, the illusional area. So we have some master plan for the protect this. Please.
Yes, we more of the sites are to see and appreciate. We have a lot of viewpoints, but we have some trails in this kind of landforms. But these trails are limited for a quantity of people visiting this. They always have to be with a guide, a local guide. And in this sense, we have this protection and also security conditions. And also it's important for me to mention that it's not this geopark, their sustainability, their rentability comes more from the local activities for the own benefit of these people, like the agriculture, for example, or the handcraft. But regarding the tourism, it's more, we're still in a phase of more academic and educational tourism. So this allows to have a control visitors population to don't have problems from conservation, but also for security. So this is more or less how we work.
Okay, thank you. So Mola, maybe we move to the next talk.
If there's anyone.
Any question?
Okay. I think we will discuss more after this with Emily, because this is very interesting topic.
So thank you so much, Marine.
No, thanks.
Yes, very good presentation. And maybe we move to the last talk. So may I introduce Miss Helga Chulapin from Uruguay. So Miss Helga Chulapin is the geologist in the field of the mining engineer. She's a community relations expert on sustainable development and natural resources. She's a member of the UNESCO Global Geopark Council, the UNESCO Global Geopark Application and Evaluation Mission Evaluator, and a member of the UNESCO Latin America and Caribbean Climate Change and Resilient Technical Assessment Group. She's also a geopark expert who has spoken as or served as an advisor at conference in several countries, such as Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Hong Kong, Paraguay, the Russian Federation, Japan, South Korea, and Germany. So please, everybody, join me to welcome Ms. Helga Chulapin. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. You may be tired at this time.
Good
after
evening.
a long seminar. Okay, I will share my screen. Is it okay? Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Meranjin-Jampi UNESCO Global Geopark and Korat UNESCO Geopark.
So sorry, can you share the full screen?
Are you not seeing the full screen?
Yes.
Not.
Maybe you go to the edition. Yes. And full.
Yes, I think
No,
I am in the
maybe
full
no,
screen.
sorry.
I am in the full screen right now in my.
Okay,
Okay,
please.
but
Yes,
it's okay?
Yes, good. Please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the invitation. I was saying to both UNESCO Global Geopark, Meranjin-Jampi, and Korat. It's nice to share this opportunity with you. I was invited to talk about geodiversity, breaching borders for sustainable futures. When I was starting to think about what to share with you, many words comes to my mind about what sustainable development goals are we accomplishing with this, which is the meaning of sustainable futures, how geodiversity may help to this. And you also are promoting this a phrase that is geodiversity is for everyone. Is a question, I think is an affirmation. Geodiversity is for everyone. Okay, so I decided to try to understand what every of these words means and how to help the communities to understand what is this. And that means also the role of the geoscientist helping in these actions. So first of all, I know you already knows what geodiversity means, okay, at this moment of the seminar. But when we are talking about geodiversity, we are talking about all these concepts about earth minerals, the rock, fossils, soil, sediment, landforms, topography, hydrogeological features, hydrological features, the river, the lakes, all of them have probably an explanation we can share, as we were talking a few minutes earlier, how to help communities to understand their local place, how their own place. Okay, so I think geoscientists have a big responsibility on this, because it's very important, I think, to comprehend, to completely understand our place, and then probably to love it more, as was the case, the previous case where Emalin was explaining how the local people is close and understanding the processes of their land. They can manage it, they can survive because of that. But which is the role of the geoscience here, okay? And geoscience allows us to complete a holistic understanding of the Earth, studying the physical, chemical, biological components that shape our planet. But this is not only in the picture we are seeing today. We can also add the dimension of time, and that is wonderful and is so important, because make us possible to understand the past. Okay, so we are going to be better prepared to plan the future, a sustainable future, through the management of our natural resources, the conservation of our environment, and the protection of our citizens from natural hazards. You know, all of these are subjects that we usually manage in UNESCO Global Geoparks. I love this panel that allow us to understand how far geodiversity and geoscience are important for the future and in our daily days. Okay, this is a wonderful material for geoeducation. Okay, where we can see everything we are working in many geoparks, the remote sensing and geographical systems, glaciology, paleoclimatology, geomorphology, hydropower, volcanology. Every place, every geopark has its own situation, but renewable energies. We need to understand where are we and how are we using these knowledge and the power of our natural resources to sustain future generations. And this is a very interesting and very difficult or challenging topic many times in UNESCO Global Geoparks, that we are promoted to talk and to understand how we contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. And that means many times how the application of geoscience contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. I like very much this way to show it, that UNESCO and the American Geophysical Union have proposals that they are mapping how geoscience support the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And you know, we are very challenging situation on that. And they see them in 3 dimensions. The dimension of people, okay, which are the positive impact on the individuals of our working in geoscience and geodiversity, which are the positive impact on the planet or the physical systems, and how do we support the prosperity, the positive impact on socioeconomic systems. I'm trying to, okay, these 3 dimensions, and we can see that many of the Sustainable Development Goals are sharing but the 3 of them. But let's see in detail, how do we support them? I don't know if you are seeing this bar, but it's very... Okay, let's start. How do we promote or support the Sustainable Development number 1, that means no poverty? Geoscience and then geodiversity support research development, increase geoscience participation, and we assess in georisk and geological risk. To zero hunger is to preserve the soil health, manage land use, and monitor erosion, as we were seeing in Mr. Alta. We can contribute to number 3, good health and well-being, by reducing geological hazards, preparing for natural disasters, map earth processes, and we also many times contribute with geological medicine as well. One of very important for us is quality education. We have to make every day more to facilitate the knowledge transfer about geoscience, and this is one of our challenges in UNESCO Global Geopark, and also develop visualization skills. Obviously, gender equality is very, very important. We need to eliminate gender bias and empower minorities, okay? And that is many times in UNESCO Global Geopark supported by our resources coming from the earth, coming from the geodiversity. Clean water and sanitation, enhance water management, support water regulation, educate about water cycles. We all know how important in these processes we are living every day, with many places with water crisis, how important it is to understand and to explain to the communities and to help them to make the adaptation. Clean energy, that we have a very important role there with our resources. Increase energy sustainability, foster energy transitions, alleviate energy poverty. Many places are using geothermal energy, or because of the geology, we can give support to build the dams for electrical, hydroelectrical energy, and many others. Decent work and economic growth. Okay, we need to talk with the governance. We need to influence governance and insert geoscience in the growth plans. Okay, and that is a must. Okay, augment resource efficiency and emphasize local employment. Also for goal number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure, we can promote the acceleration of geotechnology, enable transformation, and share geoinformation. Many times projects are lack of this support. Reduce inequalities. This is again one of our most important goals. So we need to practice social and ethical geoscience, promote diversity, priorities, plans, and projects. Support also the sustainable cities and communities, okay? Make settlements resilient. That was one of our most important challenges during the pandemic. Support circular cities, protect geoheritage. Again, our pillars are here, and many times it's very difficult for us to see, okay, how our daily work in the geopark support the sustainable development goals. I can go ahead, do climate action. We are all working on that, okay? Many geopark has submarine areas, the life below the water. We have to monitor, identify marine geohazards. Okay, many of our geoparks are doing this daily, okay? Life on land, support habitats and conservation, use resources equitably, reduce environmental impact. But the most important, the two last ones, 16 and 17, we are doing this just in this moment, doing networking, sharing experiences, good practices, and talking about each other, how to help us to others. So partnerships for the goals, okay? Sometimes I think this is very useful to work in education and in the governance, how to show how we are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. And geoparks are doing it very well, okay? I like very much this, one of the last publication from the Global Geopark Network, and it describes the contribution of the UNESCO Global Geoparks. And I choose today some of them to share with you. For example, the construction of a green and beautiful mine from Longjiang, aspiring UNESCO Global Geopark in China. With all these old mine, they make a tourist tramline, the Gold Tour tourists, including a main monument park, a subsidiary monument park, an open pit mining industrial park, a botanical garden, a yacht wharf, a tea garden, a rose garden. Okay, they from all these passive environmental landscape, they make a new landscape with a reconstruction, okay, and make it useful for geotourism. Another one, the Hongsdrag UNESCO Global Geopark in Netherlands. I like very much these that make an atlas and showing how the landscape has changed in the course of the history, okay? this is very important for them for many useful things for geoeducation, I think, because they can show the effects of the climate change in the different times, and is very useful for the residents and the officials, and is a wonderful tool for education and communication. And again, it's all about geodiversity and the processes in the geological times. Another very interesting is this one from Cutralcura UNESCO Global Geopark, where the indigenous communities, again, are the guardians of our Mother Earth, Ñuque Mapu. They understand and on their cosmovision, okay, that there is a call to promote harmony with nature and the earth to achieve a fair balance between the economic, social, and environmental needs of present and future generations. Okay, so from the indigenous communities is again this conception of being together, all the elements of the earth and the human beings, to make it harmonic equilibrium of living. And that means a very deep thinking about the connection between you humans and nature. So I think this is the most important thing we have to understand, because through the all different cultures, since the Mapuche, Pehuenche communities in Chile, but also I'm going to make some from the Greek mythology, okay? Gaia, the Mother Earth, was also this concept of unifying all the different elements of the earth. I think it's part of our nature to see this in this way. And I like very much the Mayan tree of life, okay, where according to the Mayan mythology, the Yache is the sacred tree, okay, and the tree has some divisions, okay. The branches represent the sky, the trunk represent the earthly plane, and the roots represent the underworld. And in the underworld is our geodiversity. We are here, and we are all together in this Mayan cosmology, are communicated and are connected. And I think that is exactly the way we need to feel geodiversity and to make it understand the communities, because from the different cultures, this is an intuitive concept, okay? So we don't need to be out of this perception we have in the human beings. And this is important because we were discussing earlier about how to communicate about geoscience and about geodiversity. And I think we should use natural elements, common daily natural elements that the community are related with, to start understanding why this mountain is like it is, and the history of our places. That are very interesting way to start digging in our geology and our geoscience in the place. And of course, and I was later, that all this knowledge we can share with the communities will also contribute to make young people possibly working as local guides. This man here, young man, is from Rio Coco, UNESCO Global Geopark, okay, where he was telling us the importance of these three hills together, the three sisters, okay, that the main history he was telling to us was the indigenous history, and we complemented it with the interpretation of the geology. But also understanding our geodiversity, we can understand and complement the feeling of identity. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Elga. Very great presentation. Dr. Cha?
Hi. Thank you so much, Hyoka, for the impressive presentation, and then very nice story, not only for the geopark, geological heritage, but also like a mystery. It's very interesting, especially in the last slide. You show about the tree of life. This is look like the biology and also the geology, the story from the loose to the top. This is very interesting for me. So time for the question and the answer, and then someone here, if you have some question for the speaker, you should give the question, please. Or there are some in the chat box.
It's mine. We have question from the chat box.
Please.
Lim
Yes,
Sibro.
I got it.
You got it?
Yes, so Kyoka, there are some question in the chat box. How you connect geodiversity of the geopark to SDG? This geodiversity elements of geopark you mainly use to connect between geopark and SDG. Is it geomorphology or rock formation, or which one? This is from Arimin to about geopark. So Kyoga, please.
It depends on the geodiversity of each geopark, okay? Probably if you have geothermal activity and you use geothermal energy, you will contribute to clean energies. Or if you have resources and how you are using natural resources, but also how you are using the geodiversity to promote local activities, for example, geotourism, and if you promote this with local women's, with geoproducts for education, it depends on which activities you do. The key here is how I connect the activities and my geodiversity with the SDGs. And that's why I was sharing this, panel, okay, to help you understand how your activities, your daily activities, contribute to the SDGs, okay? For me, it's in the other way, to understand what I'm already doing contributes to the SDGs. if I find out, and it's completely rare that you in a geopark don't do it, you will better understand how understanding this panel will help you to find out which one are you collaborating for.
So, Arimin, just be okay for you? Okay, okay, thank you. So,
good answer. Thank you.
yes, thank you so much, Helga. So we have another question from Atta Virin from the Margin type. So how the geotourism prospect so far? Any best practice in your preference, please?
I have many interesting examples about geoparks and geotourists, because I find out that geoparks make amazing things. For example, I always tell you that you can have a walk in Mars without going out from the Earth. And you can do that in Lanzarote, UNESCO Global Geopark in Spain, where the NASA can study the field and prepare the cosmonauts because the landscape is so similar to Mars. That is amazing, and you can do that visiting a geopark. And you can also have, again, in Lanzarote, that I think is wonderful, you can also take yourself a selfie under the sea, because they have a museum under the sea, and that is the geopark in the Atlantic Park. So, and you can, in Vietnam Geopark, you can hear the sounds of the rocks. They have a lithophone. Okay, I don't remember exactly the name of the geopark, sorry, but I think our fellow from Vietnam can tell us. And also, there are many things. And the last one, you can drink a beer in the Tuscan Mining Geopark, make it with the geothermal energy. Okay, so every geopark can have these amazing things, and I'm sure you have it. Okay, so make the connection with traditions and understand how these traditions are connected with geodiversity is our job there in every geopark, and the geoscientist will help you to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. And then maybe next to the question from Abdullah, how geodiversity can contribute to energy transition and net zero by 2050. So do you have an idea for that?
You know that energy transition is very connected with mineral resources. Okay, so we have to understand there the balance between using these natural resources, mineral resources, geoconservation, and this concept of new clean energies. But of course, it's a huge amount of relation and how the geoscience and the geodiversity will support this. But always, again, with a balance. That's why UNESCO Global Geopark are also important there. We can contribute to understand the equilibrium between the uses of natural resources and geoconservation. Another challenge.
Okay, thank you so much. This is okay for you, Abdullah?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Helga.
So, any question?
May I?
Yes, please, Tanod.
Yes. Thank you, Helga, for that presentation. I think that really kind of like enlightening us in a way of looking at SDGs, particularly SDG goals that we work with and connecting it with geodiversity. But my questions would be, because at present, we would like people to link to present SDG goals, but SDG goals will be end by 2030. So how do we move? Are we, it's kind of like, will these SDG that we work with will continue after 2030, or are we transit along with the move up at the global level? So on how is it? Well, what is the perspective of UNESCO on it? Because in the long term, definitely all geopark have to answer whatever has come out from UNESCO. Yeah.
I'm not a UNESCO person. I'm not representing UNESCO at all in this in no way. But again, it's very interesting what you are saying, because you are talking that the near future is not too far to 2030. Okay. And you know, we are very far away from accomplishing many of the objectives. So there is a challenge there. So I think, again, that's why I connect this with the identity and the love to the place where we are living, okay? Because we have, for my understanding, Geopark has this responsibility to let the communities, the local people understand what they have, what is the meaning and the importance of their local place, okay? So the community will be the guardians, like in Cutralcura UNESCO Global Geopark, for their places. And that is the key thing in UNESCO Global Geopark and Geoeducation, okay? And sustainable development for me in this concept, that's why I also put these different religious or cosmovision views, because that is our connection. And for me, that is the thing we have to somehow promote with this understanding and the connection between culture, geological heritage and natural heritage, and our big pillar about conservation.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Any question here? So maybe if no question, maybe back to Mola, please.
So we are finally arrived at the last session. Oh no. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Helga. Again, many thanks. I know you have to prepare very early morning because of the long different time zones. We really appreciate for your presentation. And back to ladies and gentlemen, the speaker has gave us a lot of knowledge throughout this informative seminar. I have to say that all the speakers have give up their time during the session to provide information, and we ask the organizer want to sincerely thank them all for it. I'd like to begin by giving the speaker a hearty round of applause, please, everybody. Maybe we can use the reaction to. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm overwhelmed. After much passing time, the last moment has arrived. I'd like to extend an invitation to Professor Mega Rosana, an honor expert in Indonesian Geopark, to give the end of this seminar. Professor, you are already with us.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Mala?
Yes,
Yes,
very
yes, we
clear.
can.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Hello, Jay.
Yes. Good
Yeah.
evening, Professor Meka.
Good evening. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all participants of webinar celebrating International Geodiversity Days. So first of all, I would like to congratulate first to Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geopark Management, which has been designated as Merangin Jambi UNESCO Global Geoparks this year. Yeah, so congratulations. And I also want to congratulate on the collaboration between your Geopark, Merangin Jambi, and also Korat Geopark, Thailand. Yeah. So on behalf of the Expert Council of the Indonesian National Geopark Committee, we would like to thanks to all speakers, especially Professor Joros, Dr. Arthur, and Mrs. Kaori, Dr. Tanot, Miss Helga, and also Miss Emmeline and Miss Van Trat. Sorry, I cannot spend all the origin of yours, yeah, because maybe too long. So having the times among us during the very busy schedule, and also very different times zone, yeah, between us, especially for Helga, which is very early morning, I think. So thank you very much. So according to me, this webinar is very great activity to fulfill all the collaboration between the UGGP, yeah, Geopark, in terms of networking. So this is part of the networking as the one of the 10 focus of the UNESCO Global Geopark. So this networking can be utilized in various ways. Yeah. So one of the which is like you have now done it is sharing knowledge within among our Geopark fellow, especially today with the geodiversity topics, as we are now celebrating our World Geodiversity Days. Yeah. So for today webinar, so we learn very valuable lesson about the importance of geodiversity from all speakers, as they give very good example in their own geoparks, yeah, to share with us. This geodiversity has many functions, benefit and value for all the environment, ecosystem, and sustainability of our living creatures, including human as well as for a sustainable economic development within the geopark. So today we also learn, yeah, that geopark is the natural range of geology, that it can be as a rocks, fossils, minerals, land processing, soil, geological features, geological history, and many things. So we here learn how geodiversity also underpin the biodiversity and provide society with the benefits based on their regulating, supporting, provisioning, and cultural services of the geodiversity. Then today we also learn how the application of this geodiversity as a function to encourage economic growth, and also can affect to land use, the habitat, the culture, and also can facilitating the ecosystem, and it's become take an important role in understanding of environmental changes. So furthermore, it also can generating as recreational and tourism value from this geodiversity. So several speakers has also mentioned the importance of the value of this geodiversity as a culture, as a aesthetic, as economy value, and also as a research and education value. Yeah, and also several questions I heard as a rise from many participants. That's related either is how we can utilize and get benefit this geodiversity for local people who's living in a geopark, and how we can promote and educate public about the geodiversity, as well as its relation with the existing biodiversity and culture within the geopark area. Yeah. And other many interesting questions and discussion, I think, during this webinar, especially the last thing presented by Helga is very interesting in connecting of the geodiversity with the SDGs goal. Yeah. So I don't want to extend my remarks about today's webinar activity, because I know you have spent almost the whole day for this talk, yeah, and very interesting talk for all very expert in the subject, yeah. So I hope that all participants can benefit from this sharing experience conveyed by all the speakers, and in managing the and utilizing geodiversity in the geopark and their respective country. Then you can try to apply it, yeah, what you can get it today in your respective geopark, and try to invite all or many younger generation to know, to understand, and try to love the geodiversity, so that it will increase their awareness and understanding of the main issue of dynamic of the earth, such as like climate change, geological hazard, and so on, and providing a sense of pride for the community. So thus will encourage them to strengthen their identification and protection of its geodiversity, and finally get it growing the economy through development, sustainable geotourism, while geodiversity is remain protected. So we try to encourage this all younger generation to become proud with the geodiversity, which is exists in their own territory. So finally, once again, I would like to thank to all speakers, and also especially for Merangin Jambi and Korat UNESCO Global Geopark for having this organizing committee and having this all wonderful topics with wonderful presenter today in this webinar. So I hope this kind of networking or sharing knowledge we can extend to any other topics which is available in the geopark, and not only within these two. Maybe we can invite more other geopark to involve within this kind of activity. I think that's enough my remarks for today participant. Again, congratulations for successful webinar. Thank you very much, and good afternoon for everybody.
Terima kasih Prof. Mega.
Terima kasih, Professor Meka. Thank you very much.
Sama-sama.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Okay, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of our fruitful 5 hours or more than 5 hours, heartfelt thanks to the organizing staff, of course, from both Geopark, my friends from in Merangin Jambi and Korat, and also to all the speakers. I'm really appreciated. It's highly appreciated to have you all, Dr. Zoros, Dr. Tanot, Dr. Helga, Man, Miss Gauri. This feels like in another GN meeting activity, some kind like reunion. Very interesting. Thank you all. Thank you all, and thank you to all the participants, of course. Without all of you, this webinar would not have been possible. Thanks. Back to Dr. Charan, please.
Okay. Yes, as we reach the end of our first more than 5 hours, my heartfelt thanks go to the organizing staff from Marine Jampi, and especially from Korachio Park staff. My friends, Dr. Parichad is she just a surgery and then stay in the hospital and just back home, but killed me a lot. And Nok Yak who did the beautiful poster, and yeah, many staff from Korat. Thank you very much for your help, and without all of you, the webinar would not have been possible. And then, in addition, for all participants today who spent a long time sitting, I would like to thank you for your interest in our activity. And then I hope to see all of you next time for activity online or on site. I hope we can do the activity on site in the future if we can do. But I would like to meet all of you again on site face to face, especially the speaker, Professor Nicholas Soros, Dr. Sar, and Chula Pin. Imoine is I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce the name is correct. So Wang and sorry, maybe I
Many
missed some.
others. We have Miss Bentana.
Oh,
Hello,
yes,
thank you.
Kauri, and then also Miss
Kana.
Kana, and Professor Meka, Dr. Kus, and Dr. Patung. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tanun. Yes, thank you very much for your help. Yes, and yeah, we hope to meet again somewhere. So, it's you see, it's deep in my heart. So I have to say thank you very much for all of you, and hope to see you very soon. Thank you. And Dr. Patel, would you like to say something for the participant, please? Thank you.
Thank you for thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mola, thank you so much. And then maybe time is over today, and maybe hope to see you somewhere face to face again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Cora. Thank you, Merangin. Next, we will have another collaboration.
Together. Maybe open your video, and then we cap the picture together, please.
See
The
you in
photo,
Lesbos, maybe, for the next training.
Yes, please. Okay, turn on your camera, and then cheese. 1, 2, 3. Mini heart. 1, 2, 3. And like. You can click like 1, 2, 3. And the last one, I've been to
This is
Indonesia.
the Indonesian Geopark.
Yes, Indonesian Geopark. That is
Salam Geopark.
yes,
Salam
Geopark. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.